Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. Last time we were following along a chain of commands trying to find mutants in our midst, and we ended up finding gene stealers and a gene stealer cult in the middle of the Von Valencia's crypt. We went way over time, and so I ended it just right here after the fight ended, so we still have to loot all the bodies, talk to all the people, and get the rest of this storyline. So that's what we're doing right now. I guess we'll start with looting the bodies. Chain axe. I was thinking it might be interesting to give the chain axe to Abelard, so then he can make use of the dual wielding perks that rely on using axes. Rebel's sniper rifle, is that better? Less damage, more armor penetration, more additional hit chance. I think it is, actually. Less damage is also not 100% true. It's the same maximum damage. It just has a larger range, so it could hit for less. But the more armor penetration and hit chance does seem nice. And a bunch of shotguns that we're probably not going to use. Alright, granted I don't use my sniper rifle that often anymore. So maybe we give it to Argenta. I guess we have two of them. It's certainly better than her long las. Her long las has more range and dodge reduction. But no. You can upgrade to the sniper rifle. And I suppose I shall do the same. Though I'm not sure how often I will use it much anymore. Bio dagger. And a blood burner. That sounds morbid. Every hit from this pistol increases the level of damage over time effects suffered by the target by +5. Does not stack. Huh. Not sure if there's anyone I have that I would want to use either of those. Theodora's statue towers over the broken urn. Her gaze is confident and bold, as if she is challenging those who have dared disturb the rogue trader's rest. The hole in the wall seems to grin with broken teeth, as if mocking the dynasty's ancestors. It would be impossible to make a hole like that without industrial tools.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I probably should send some of that stuff to our goods to be sold rather than carrying it all. Deals 20 to 40 energy damage with 10% armor pen. Pushes targets 3 cells away. That seems useful as well. The defilers dumped the remains on the floor, then connected the water pump to turn the sarcophagus into a cistern. Huh.
The heretics have made their lair in a hallowed compartment. They seek to make a mockery of our great faith.
That is true.
Were sacrilege their intention, they would have defiled the crypt beyond recognition. No, they simply needed a quiet place to hide. Devious scum.
This sarcophagus belongs to the first rogue trader, the Von Valencius, of House von Valentius. Merciless time has erased their name from the stone. So we don't even know the name of the first von Valentius, or probably it's not here. I'm sure it's somewhere if we wanted to look it up. Monument was shattered to give the defenders a better field of fire. The sarcophagus has been turned into a container. Supplies, ammunitions, and bandages lie in an unceremonious pile on top of the bones. Yes, they just defiled the place for their own needs. Not surprising. That is a ton of chain axes. Is our team encumbered? Is encumbrance a thing? I just saw that Cassie was walking pretty slow. So we've got one-handed chain axes. Okay, no, they're all one-handed. So what's the difference? 10 to 16. 14 to 20. 25% armor pen. 6 bleeding. Is it just the damage? Looks like it. This one just does a little bit more damage. So if we go to Abelard. This does more damage, more armor penetration, has a bleeding effect. Has the same strike and effectively cleave. Yeah, this is just better. Well, that makes it easy. I could just give him 2 of them. Because I don't think the shove ability is something I particularly need very often. This does have the power swing that does hit an area around him. But I don't know how critical that is. We're going to get him to be able to attack twice. I think 2 axes is going to work out better for us. We can take the rest, send them to cargo. Send the basic axes to cargo. All of these Webbers can go to cargo. Yeah, a lot of this I should be just sending to cargo. We'll think about that another time.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, let's start talking to people. So we've got Jocasta up here. Flamer squads have already been assigned to the side sections. Soon the Defiler's bodies will be nothing but ash piles. I won't stop until the last stain of this disease has been wiped away. The bastards made a mess of the maintenance tunnels. Our folks saw a good few breaches and some other damage. And furnace crews are already patching them up, so the tunnels will be good as new in no time. And Confessor? Genetic Aberrations has sullied this temple of memory. I will conduct a vigil in the crypt to ensure that all corruption is expelled and the Emperor's light shines in his halls once more. I guess that's that.
A new challenge for me.
I guess that's the end of the Gene Stealer quest line, at least for now. So if we look at our quest, yeah, the leaders of the genetic aberrations who infested the Dynasty's flagship has confessed The despicable mutants had used Herrick's Rim. Right. So we need to go there and burn it down, basically. And Pillars of Viridis. Okay. We'll keep that in mind, but for now, let's get back to the map. Because I think this was just a side thing as we were trying to make our way up and around to get over to here, because there's no direct connection between these two Forgotten Twins. Yeah. So let's travel here. Cabela's voice pulls you from going through a stack of reports. Dome Ignatius, I wish to see you. Meet me in the Sacred Crypt, where we destroyed the minions of heresy. It is important. Something wrong? Of course I will be there shortly, or I'm busy. Is something wrong? There is no threat. I have been granted a revelation. I wish to show you something. Now that the crypt has been purged, there is no place better suited. Of course I'll be there shortly. You hear genuine excitement in Cabela's voice. I will be waiting, Dome Ignatius. Okay. Then we will take care of that first. So we're wanting to get to the crypt. So is that still on our map? Because I would have assumed after we finished it would have been removed. But it is not. We can go back to the voidship crypt. Hopefully it's in better condition than the last time we saw it. Cabela bows her head in short greeting. Her eyes practically glow with anticipation. Within these walls, under the spectral watch of the dead, in the land that our deeds have cleansed of pestilence, I wish to take you on a journey, the ritual of finding light. She slowly brings a hand to your face and touches the corner of your eye. Sight is your ally and your foe, for it exists only to perceive deeds and be oblivious to intentions. I will teach you to see without eyes, Dome Ignatius, as I was once taught. Will you permit me to sew your eyes shut and guide you through the ritual along the thread unseen? No? Sew my eyes shut? What, forever? You can, blindfold me, I suppose, for this, but permanently sewing my eyes shut, I don't know about that. Why should I go on this journey? I'm ready. I'm against such experiments. Sew my eyes shut. What, forever? No, Dome Ignatius. My stitches will be precise and my hand careful. Once you have passed the ritual, I will unseal your eyes, and no harm will have come to you. Okay. Why should I go on this journey? She pauses before answering. She moves her hand down cautiously, touching your chest. There is much between us that I have yet to understand. Decks and bulkheads separate us, but greater still is the spiritual distance. You have entered my labyrinth, and I have been to your world. But there's still so much more that we must learn about each other. I'm inviting you to walk my paths, so that you may see into me and I into you. Well, I'm ready. I guess you can sew my eyes shut. In the gloom of the crypt, the needle in Cabela's hands could be mistaken for the flash of one of her blades. Close your eyes, Dome Ignatius, and humble your breathing in a silent prayer to the Undying One. No harm to me. Sudden giant blood splatter. Your eyelids hurt after having been punctured and stitched together with thread. Ugh. Super gross. The sensation muddles your thoughts and evokes an eerie dread from the depths of your heart. You are blind. Not a single ray of light can creep into your world, and your only awareness about your immediate surroundings is based on subtle noises. Through the veil of pain, you hear Cabela's quiet voice. We accept his blessings with a single purpose, to serve him in our unity stronger than any chains. Come to me, Dome Ignatius. The sound of my voice will show you the way if you can unfetter your heart. Darkness is merciless. You learned this while trying to hide from the nightmares that tormented you. No matter how tightly you shut your eyes on those long nights, the haunting visions would not leave you alone, either in sleep or during waking hours. The moment Cabell applies the final stitch, you can feel it. The horrors are already here, lying in wait for you to make even a single misstep. And when you do, they will drown you in that merciless darkness. Awareness test, 70%, or toughness test, 50%, or give up. Neither one are we excellent at, but we will try to focus on her voice. Failed. The loss of sight must have affected you on a subconscious level. You cannot get the throbbing pain out of your mind. Your legs are shaking. You feel forever lost in the darkness, with no way out, other than the faint hope of following the echo of Cabela's voice. Suddenly, Cabela's voice seems to multiply, as if every word were being spoken by several copies of her in unison. Along the threads that form the web, along the rays of the star, whose heart turns ice into flame, along the tracks we have left for one another, we shall come together in unity that will become our revelation, in death which grants true sight, in death for which all are fated. Your knees buckle. The anxiety that has been with you since the beginning of the ritual now clamps around your throat like a collar of steel. You're calling me where to? Push through the feeling of suffocation, or willpower. There's one I can do. Conquer your weakness. If I say this one, do I not get to choose? Don't know. I'm going to ask still, but I hope I don't miss out on the willpower check that I likely would succeed at. You're calling me where to? Where the joining of opposites begets a collapse that will become an act of creation. From the ruins of meaning, sacred halls will rise, and he will be pleased. Her tone changes subtly, as if the ritual prayer were somehow transforming into a love song. Then conquer our weakness. You channel your force of will to push the suffocation aside, refusing to let it force you to your knees, and you can almost hear the ringing of metal as the collar around your throat finally loosens. The guiding thread of Cabela's voice shines on in your mind. All who rest in these halls do so as a reward for the deeds they performed in his name. May the end of our journey be as glorious as that of all who came before us. Cabela trails off. Eventually she adds softly and quietly, "Take my hand. Thus shall we walk into the halls we are destined for." Take Cabela's hand and step forward. I trust you. Take Cabela's hand and pull her towards you. Trust me. Follow me. Interesting similarities, but differences between those. Or enough, remove the stitches. Do I trust her, or do I ask her to trust me? Basically, it's do I let her take the lead and I follow, or do I take the lead and ask her to follow? Given that she has eyes and I don't at the moment, this one is the smarter choice. But I'm the rogue trader in 40k, which is very hierarchical, and therefore I should be leading and she is a follower who should be following. Just the nature of the setting, even though I'm blind. So trust me, follow me, as silly as it is. Take Cabela's hand and pull her towards me. You feel a slight resistance, but then she lets out a trembling sigh and steps towards you, placing her hand in yours. A strange sensation comes over you, as if the two of you had found yourselves in a confined space, delirious from the lack of air and intoxicated by each other's warmth. You can see Cabela, and a maze of dully flickering crimson lines beneath your feet. She exhales. It's Wrong. It's all wrong. She squeezes your fingers. But I trust you. I'm coming toward you. The distance is fading away. Oh, did we actually screw up by not following her? Could be. The gloom begins to part as a razor-sharp blade cuts the stitches on your eyelids one by one. You feel gentle touches. Your wounds sting a little, but at last you can see once more. The dim light of the crypt blinds you so badly that Cabela appears as a faceless dark silhouette before you. And once again, you have witnessed my truth, Domin Ignatius. Cabela does not look at you. Her gaze seems to be directed inward, or perhaps nowhere at all. Light has been found. We have passed another circle on our way to the truth at the heart of our bond. You were different just now, more feeling. Thank you for the ritual. It was a difficult experience, but we did it together. I'd rather not go through something like this again. You were different now, more feeling. We wear masks on our faces, not our souls. The corners of our mouth twitch. I may be a spinner of death, but I am still a human inside, as are you. Well, thank you for the ritual. She touches your cheek with her fingertips. No, I should be the one thanking you. Few are worthy of this ritual. I never performed it for anyone before. A smile blossoms on her lips. You must return from death's halls, out into the world. And please, Cabela presses a hand to your chest. All that the ritual has revealed to you, keep it in your heart. It is your treasure alone. Another step on our romance, it seems. And again to the map. Alright, then we go up to here, which I believe we've already explored once before. Lord Captain, the Lex Mechanics assigned to the Astropathic Chapel are reporting a significant drop in our communications potential. This may be a consequence of the telepathic ritual in which your lordship deigned to participate. The enforcers report that the choirmaster asked for an audience with the Lord Captain and has since locked himself in the chapel, refusing to let anyone in. As brazen as an audience request may seem, I cannot shake the feeling that it is a cry for help. The Master-at-Arms reports a disturbance in the Foundry Bay. A certain Nemesite, an avenging figure beloved by lower deck rabble, shot the commandant during a routine medical supply delivery and called on the vessel's serfs to fight for a better life. The rabble immediately plundered the medical storehouse and proceeded to smash other supply stations, slaughtering officers as they went. That's a problem. Nemesite has escaped, and the situation on the deck is increasingly spinning out of control. The Master-at-Arms asked permission to employ the harshest possible treatment, not simply to restore order, but to avenge the dead commandant, as well as the fallen enforcers. Discover the details of the commandant's murder, learn more about Nemesite, request information about the Foundry's Bay. And we have an iconoclast option to comfort the exhausted people by giving them medicine supplies, or authorize the Master-at-Arms to punish the Foundry workers as she sees fit. I don't know if I want to go all the way to punishing as she sees fit, because we know she is excessively cruel. At least that's been what we've seen so far. Let's discover the details of the murder. Nemesite's reason for the attack had to do with the widow of a respected foreman. She had delayed the queue by begging to be given medicine for her afflicted children, which the commandant refused because her request exceeded the expenditure quota. The widow persisted and was given 10 lashes on the spot. That was when Nemesite fired the fatal shot that set off the mutiny in the compartment. Okay. So there are specific rules about who can get medicine and how much. And there was a widow who was asking for more than was allowed, who didn't get back to work or doing what she was supposed to. She just continued to be a bother. delaying the queue. So she was punished for it, which all seems pretty in accordance with how things are supposed to be run. And then Nemesite fired the fatal shot. Okay. So it doesn't seem like the Commandant was doing anything against the rules or being particularly problematic. Learn more about Nemesite. The Master-at-Arms reports that this is the 4th Nemesite to operate on the lower decks over the past few years. The previous 3 were captured by enforcers, and each openly identified themselves as Nemesite. The public executions evidently have no effect. People continue to rally around their hero as soon as one emerges, and always believe it is the invulnerability of their champion. The Seneschal points out that all the Nemesites act in the same fashion. Whenever the rabble is feeling oppressed, they step forward, serving as the spark that ignites the fires of sedition. They target the officers most hated by the workers for their strictness and adherence to order, with every murder bringing cheers from the commoners. So it's kind of a superhero name where just someone new steps forward, takes on that name to do a murder to kick off the rebellion. And they all just take that name. Okay. The Voxmaster shares the rumors about Nemesite that abound on the lower decks. Some say he arises from the blood of the oppressed laborers, some that he is the vessel's spirit of justice. Others still believe he is an immortal hero. Such veneration makes it very difficult to capture the Riffraff's champion. In light of the discovery of the Genestealer cult's cell on the ship, Heinrich van Kalux recommends paying special attention to the Nemesite story. The interrogator suspects that an escaped mutant is behind the incitement to revolt. It is too similar to one of the tactics employed by these enemies of humanity. Okay, that's a much bigger deal if this is related to Genestealers and Tyranids on our ship. If they're still here after we just took out their main base, then we have to find them and deal with them. Request information about the Foundry Bay. It is a place of unbearable heat and poisoned air, where scrap metal is melted down into plates that are later used to repair and refit the hull. There are no critical facilities here, and the bay is fairly easy to isolate, thus opens up the opportunity for quelling unrest with no casualties among the enforcers. So we can comfort and exhaust the people by giving them medicine and supplies. I don't think that's what we're going to do. Like, that almost feels like rewarding them for murdering our supply delivery people. And then protecting potential Tyranids, but this guy who is kicking off these riots. So division among the rabble. Whoever gives up Nemesite will be moved to the middle decks and paid a year's allowance. Now that's an interesting one. A much better way than just giving out medicine. Give rewards to those who actually help resolve the situation. Ruthlessly crush the unrest by shutting down life support systems. It's the dogmatic option. I can get it as well, particularly because we suspect, because Heinrich knows what he's talking about. He is interrogator of the Inquisition, specifically around Xenos. If he thinks that this is a regular action by Genestealer cults, we don't want to just ignore that. Yeah, in worst case, if a lot of them die, we can get new people. This is not a critical... yeah, it's not a critical location on the ship. It's cruel and harsh, but they really did mess up. They're easily replaced, and there might be Genestealers amongst their midst. Like, we have to be a bit ruthless. The people die gruesomely, suffocating in the pitch black and the icy cold. But the harsh lesson has been learned. The survivors bow their heads and return to work without complaint. Feel a little bad, but yeah, we can't allow that sort of thing to continue and spread to other sections of the ship. We just gotta stop it right now. When the Lord Captain arrived on the bridge during the warp jump, he found the on-duty officers in a state of utter confusion. They claimed they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent. Curiously, the orders had been signed by the late Theodore von Valencius. After a thorough investigation, the tech priest attributed the strange incident to the whims of the machine spirits. Okay, the ship left the hostile Imperium and returned to real space. That was a lot that happened. But we were needing to go to the astropathic choir now. Almost forgot about it between all those events happening back to back. Kind of wish it was like one single event. So it's like, hey, you should go to the astropathic choir, and then the others wouldn't happen until our next jump. No, I think it's this way, yeah? Yeah. So let's go talk to our astropathic leader. Find out why he has locked himself in his compartment. I think we'll keep going with this crew for now. Once we go into hostile areas off the ship, I might look into bringing potentially Irliet. But while we're dealing with astropaths about potentially chaosy things, I'd rather have my very devoted, dogmatic, good team. Just in case there's something horrible going on. Oh, just saw your comment. Would be interesting to know how it went if you followed or she didn't cut it short. Yeah. We could have followed Cabela. I think it would have been similar. But no, I don't know how that would have changed things.
Follow my lead.
Alright, Zachary. Wow, the chaos warp effects around are still bad. Like, we still have spectral ghosts and whatnot. So the veil is still extremely degraded right now. An unpleasant heaviness grows in your head as if a vice were slowly tightening its grip on your mind. The choirmaster is kneeling, his burnt-out eyes peering into the void. He raises his head and you see a weary old man, weak and frightened. He whispers, "She is here. Adeline has returned. She is asking me for help, but you scare her. She is hiding from you. You will not harm her, will you?" Who was Adeline? Was that one of his apprentices that we fought? From every direction, every shadow comes playful, girlish laughter. At times it transforms into an old man's rueful weeping, at other times into a deep growl of annoyance. The sounds form cold, malicious words. The sorrow will be eternal. Damage taken by everyone. Argenta's scornful laughter cuts through the sinister whispers. Sorrow? To perceive corruption is a triumph, for once you perceive it, you can eradicate it. Cower, blasphemer! I hear your voices, and I follow the trail. His is such a terribly wounded soul. It has all but sunk beneath the gray-blue blisters of guilt, and they are swelling ever so rapidly. The last silvery speck of hope could fade at any moment. Firemaster, what's going on? Address the shadows. What twisted creature are you? How do I find Adeline? I will find your Adeline and bring her out into the light, or execute him. You're clearly the problem here, old man, and I cannot put the ship at risk. We'll ask what's going on first. Why says nothing? His otherworldly gaze is directed through you and past you to a spot further inside the chapel. His lips silently whisper a name over and over. Address the shadow. What twisted creature are you? The mocking laughter of an old man turns into a moaning whisper. I am the victims. I am the murdered innocents. I am his guilt. How do I find Adeline? Adeline? She is there in the shadows. A tortured sigh escapes his feeble body. Many shadows lie. The true ghosts are hiding among the false ones. But I hear Thaddeus's earnest prayer and an old Stavros's words of disappointment. He always doubted my talents as a mentor. I hear poor Antonius's scream, the scream he let out when he unwillingly gave up the last of his vitality. Annis's pleas. I condemned her to an existence as a half-machine. I almost sense Savitia's touch. She tried to save me, but she fell instead. So many voices all condemning me for what I did to them. Separate the true voices from the false echoes. I will find your Adeline and bring her out into the light. The shadows croak hoarsely in an old man's voice. Why do you seek his redemption? He was always a terrible leader and a talentless mentor. He doomed everyone. The indignant tremble grows into a roar of righteous condemnation. He was arrogant, having no notion of his own wretchedness. He did not put his faith in the Emperor, but instead believed himself to be invincible. The voice grows weaker, is now a young man's, soft and full of anguish, and he paid for his mistakes with our lives. It was cruel and painful. The voice grows heavy with a metallic clang. We begged him to reconsider, but he took our minds away as punishment. The shadow's speech is now gentler and more feminine, but we were loyal to him regardless. We tried to save him, even though he had not saved us. The voice becomes cold, resonating with sorrow from beyond this world. He is guilty. So somewhere in here, in the shadows, is a real shadow. My guess says he was looking further in and off to the side. My guess what we're looking for is in back here somewhere. So we're going to start looking around this way. You are a failure of a teacher. You've taught them nothing. We can interact with this one. Okay. Hey, Thaddeus. And Thaddeus. And whoa. Hi, Thaddeus's. I call you, O Prince of Pleasure. I entrust you with my puny soul and beseech you for your protection. Calling on the Prince of Pleasure is probably not a good thing. The soul of another is a maze with no way out. Huh. Oh, we are all wounded. Well, not all of us.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Alright, can you heal me?
I stand in recognition.
And Argenta, can you heal
Let me tend to your wounds.
Heinrichs? Because I don't want to be permanently wounded. You are a failure of a teacher. You've taught them nothing. If we click this again, it reforms them. Do we need to find one that says the same thing then? Is there another one we can click on? God Emperor is a lie. The Astronomicon is a lie. You are all going to perish.
None shall stand in my way.
Just trying to figure out what this puzzle is, because it seems puzzle-like. O God Emperor, protect us from the horrors of the Imperium. Shield us from the Imperium's corruption. Be our shield. So the other two are calling on Princes of Chaos or saying the God Emperor is a lie. This one is blessing, praying to the God Emperor. So you definitely stand out as different.
Victory awaits!
Maybe we're looking for the one that, you know, values the God Emperor. Are there any more? Before I assume that's the only other one to find. Because if that's the puzzle, just find all the ones that are blaspheming and ignore them. Instead, click on the one that is praying.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yep, that's the end of it. So, you. Okay, that's different, and we didn't take damage. So I will call that good. Antonius. When he drained my life, it felt so sweet. Oh, sweet duty. So you're trapped in a chair. I did not give up my life and energy willingly. He took control of my will. He made me drain myself dry. I'll gladly give my last for you, teacher. Probably you. Because you're someone who sounds like they were willing to do their duty, as opposed to blaming him. And Antonius is probably not up here because it seems like he was one of the ones strapped into a chair, given that all of them are strapped into a chair. Yeah. So was it the one here that would gladly give their life? Yeah. Nope. You've taught us everything, and we will not fail you. We are ready. Oh, we've got permanent injuries now. I've prepared you well, Zachary. My choir will live up in your live up to my name. Perhaps I should do saves so I'm not taking tons of permanent injuries while trying to solve this. You're a failure of a teacher. You've taught them nothing. Are we back to the first one? I think so. Where we clicked on this. And then it spread out. And then we had to find... Yeah, so the puzzle's resetting. Well, that's disappointing. Was it you? Yeah. So the way that one works is we clicked on one of them and then it spread around and we had to click on the right one after that. So it's not you that we're supposed to click on, clearly. Gladly give my last for teacher. None of you can be clicked on.
None shall stand in my way.
Felt so sweet, or sweet duty. Yeah. So we've got 3. It's not that one. So am I clicking on the one that lies and then we try and find the truth? I don't know. Haven't figured out what this mechanic is yet. Let's do a quick save. Click here. Okay. The one that claims that he was drained dry was the one we were supposed to click on. And now we find one that praises the God Emperor? Stop, my mind is boiling. Teacher, please stop. Nothing over here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Nothing there. Or here. Surely there are others for us to click on. Okay, you're another one we can click on. I didn't think you would do that with your own hands. No, probably not you.
Victory awaits.
What about you? No, please, teacher, anything but that. Better to kill me than turn me into one of those mindless things. Those are our 3 options. My mind is boiling. Please stop. Don't turn me into a servitor. Or... what was the last one? Here. I didn't think you would do that with your own hands. I think those are our only 3 options, and none of them sound very clear. Unless I missed one of them. But if we're trying to find the one that's not blaming him... I'm gonna try this one. Because I don't know... it's vague enough that it could be fine. I didn't think you'd do that with your own hands. Nope.
Take all of you with me.
Let's reload. Either I missed one, and there's a 4th one somewhere that I didn't spot. Or something, I don't really know. But it's not you, apparently. Okay. So is it not necessarily that we're trying to find the one praising the God Emperor, but maybe the one that seems most real? Because he mentioned one of them was turned into a servitor and didn't want it. In which case, I wish I had the information on all 5 of them that he said, or however many there were. Maybe there is in our journal. No. Locked himself inside the astropathic choir, and anyone in the situation must be addressed so the choir can resume its work. Yeah. Should have written down those clues because they're gone now. Master, please wake up. I'm here by your side. Let us kill him for the glory of the dark gods. He cannot stand against us alone. I find you guilty of arrogance and betrayal of the choir. You will be sentenced. It looks like they're all clustered here. Yeah, doesn't seem like there's any other of them hiding back around. Probably not you. Almost certainly not you. Probably you. Master, wake up. I'm here by your side. Seems reasonable. There we go. Adeline. The ghost stares at Weiss mournfully. The muffled sob coming from the apparition almost seems to take physical form as it drifts towards the choir master and envelops him. Weiss blocks your path, extending his arms in a gesture that both calls for restraint and pleads for mercy. Do not harm her, please. The poor girl is frightened to death. Let me talk to her. I cannot fail her again. We'd have an option if we were more iconoclast, but we're not. We could coercion. Firemaster Weiss, I order you to banish this warp spawn. Persuasion, also 100%. Adeline is dead and so are the rest of them. Live with your guilt, do not let it consume you. Or lore warp, nearly 100%. Astropath, remember the golden radiance of Holy Terra. Remember your own oath. He wants you to be steadfast. Or execute him. I'm going to go with this one, even though it's not the 100% option. But an astropath has seen the Golden Throne and is able to, which burned out his eyes, so that he is able to see the Astronomicon, the Golden Throne, all the way from anywhere in space. Like, this should be an extremely meaningful statement. Astropath, remember the golden radiance of Holy Terra. Remember your own oath. He wants you to be steadfast. Wise expression is a mixture of pain, horror, and grief. He lowers his arm slowly. I know, your lordship. I know this is not Adeline, but an echo of the one who devoured her soul. I just wanted to see her again, hear her voice again, for a brief moment. With jerky movements as though shaking off shackles of ice, he picks up his staff. Ghost of my failure, now is your time to vanish. Wise breathing is labored. Thank you, your lordship. The burden was too heavy for me to bear. On the verge of fainting, he musters the last of his strength and sits down on the steps. Weiss, are you all right? After a long silence, he says in a hollow voice, in a bodily sense, yes, your lordship. What was that, choir master? A reckoning, Lord Captain. A reckoning for my great arrogance. Demons have been pursuing me for years, following my scent, sending me dire messages, hunting me. And now they have me. The entities that manifested here during the ritual were banished, but a lingering echo of their presence has latched on to the shadows. It has sprouted in the darkness and pounced upon my mind. Why are the demons pursuing you? I'm guilty. I wronged them. I had been promised a great future. at the Scholastica Psychana, for my talents were exceptional, but fate would not have it. And instead of serving on Holy Terra, I ended up here in the Expanse, where barely a gleam of the Astronomicon reaches. My pride took a heavy blow, but my spirit was not cowed. I set about to assemble a choir unlike any yet seen here, a mighty, resonant, astounding choir. Lady Theodora expended tremendous resources bartering with captains and governors to procure astropaths of my choosing. I brought together talents and budding geniuses under my authority. They were to ensure I would make a triumphant comeback. And they could do that for me. That team of brilliant astropaths whose talents were honed to perfection. Adeline, Annis, Antonius, every one of them surpassed myself as I used to be. I saw that my time was coming, and I lied when I told you it was Lady Theodora who had forced us to go through with the ritual. The idea had been mine. When in her paranoia, her ladyship set out to find spies aboard the ship, I made her an offer. A ritual that would give her the name, in exchange for my fledgling's freedom and my own. It was a good deal. She was willing to trade 7 astropaths for the names of traitors, and I doomed them all. My pride killed them. If you got your freedom, why did you stay on the ship? What went wrong during the ritual? For now I know the truth. If you got your freedom, why did you stay on the ship? At first, Lady Theodora wanted to have me executed for what had happened, but then she regained her composure and graciously agreed to honor our deal. But where was I to go? My dead were all here. What went wrong during that ritual? He chuckles bitterly, and scarlet stains bloom on his blindfold made of sacred manuscripts. Adeline was my ritual protector, only to become my greatest vulnerability. When the mad stream of other people's thoughts started to disorient my astropaths, I became frightened for her. I hesitated. I wanted to spare her, and I lost control. The right thing to do would have been to sacrifice her, but I couldn't. I'd always had a soft spot for her. Her genius had made her my favorite. What about the other voices? Were they your apprentices as well? Not all of them. Stavros was the oldest in the choir. He had been on the ship even longer than I. Mighty, wise man, if acrimonious. He envied me and criticized my ambition, but I was fond of him all the same. Thaddeus was the ship's confessor. Theodore had insisted on his presence. When it was over, he was the only other survivor, and he confronted me with angry accusations. I could not bear to listen to him, so I silenced him, killed him. That's dark. Savidia was an ordinary servant. She fought the Imperium's monsters until the warp began to prevail. She tried to save me, to lead me away, but I did not listen. She stayed at my side until the last moment and died a terrible death, all because of my accursed pride. The rest were my voices. Antonius was the youngest. He had been in the choir for only a short while. When the situation turned dire, fear got the best of him, and I was infuriated by his weakness. I dominated Antonius's mind and impelled him to use up every spark of his life force for the ritual. Annis's doom came even earlier. She was the one person who told me in front of the choir that the ritual was madness. In my anger, I ordered her servitorized. I believed I had to protect my authority. She died on the spot where you're standing now. I think she was still aware. More scarlet drops seeped through the choirmaster's red-stained blindfold. All of my voices, I remember the names of each one whose life I cut short within these walls. Now I know the truth. That is for the best. I can no longer carry this burden alone. With Lady Theodora dead, and the thoughts of my crime being forgotten, erased from history, is unbearable. I want to be judged and condemned. You've already condemned yourself to years of torment. I cannot give you a new punishment, only forgiveness, and you must forgive yourself. Maybe. You've not allowed the warp to break you, and I believe the Emperor's light is strong in your soul. Continue your service, for humanity needs you, and in duty you will find redemption. Very good. Your ambition was worth the risk. You were simply unlucky with your students. The weak are destined to be stepping stones for others on the path to knowledge. Accept this sacrifice and live without regret. No. You do not deserve absolution. Your service will continue. For Zachary-wise, I find you guilty and condemn you to death. Yeah, you've not allowed the warp to break you, and I believe the Emperor's light is strong in your soul. Continue your service, for humanity needs you, and in duty you will find redemption. Like, I'm not offering him forgiveness now. But if he serves the Emperor until the Emperor, you know, until it's his time to die, like, do your duty until your death, that's where you will find redemption. The choirmaster grips the Aquila on his belt so tightly that the gold wings draw blood from his fist. You are right, your lordship. Wishing to abandon my post is cowardice and an offense against him. True. After a moment's hesitation, the old man holds out his staff to you. Please take it. This mighty instrument is the last reminder of Adeline and the others of my guilt. It is with this that I perform the last ritual. I have no right to carry it any longer, and would like it to be yours, a reminder of the painful lesson my pride has taught me. It's a telepathy staff, so we could give it to Adira. Anything particularly amazing? Allies of this staff's wielder have their dodge increased by wielder's willpower bonus %. Oh, okay. So on us, who have a willpower of 80, I think is what we determined, it just means that all of our allies would have a plus 8% dodge. That's pretty cool. I mean, we'd have to take telepathy. Or have Adira in the team. And we're all injured. But luckily, as soon as we step out of this room and get back to the bridge, our permanent injuries go away. Some of these loading times are crazy. I wonder if at some point I should go to the Imperium, because it's here on, you know, our route. Technically got a path, but it feels like that's leaving the Koronus Expanse, which is where everything takes place, so the idea of going there feels odd. I think we've already explored this system, but I'm going to hop in just to verify. Yes. We've already been here. Oh, right. This is Janus. Points of interest detected, right. But no quests to deal with because we've already dealt with it all. At some point, we probably will need to go back there, almost certainly. Did I go back to the bridge? I went back to the bridge. I meant to go back to the larger Koronus map. Oops. It's fine. Click on the map again. Alright, let's go back to the map. And chart new courses. Okay. So technically we can go all the way over to here. Our goal has been that we want to wrap around to get to these forgotten twins. At least that was the goal of last stream, but I was expecting a connection here that didn't exist. So I still want to go around. Do I go here first and then wrap around? Maybe. I think I'm going to hold off on going to... Is it... Yeah, this is Dargonus. What do we have here? Oh, that's the Tyrannid. The Gene Stealer hive. Yeah, we will want to go there at some point as well. Save the Eldari survivors. Right, because there's some here. And I guess there's some here. And that's on our way to getting to Kieva Gamma. Interesting. I think we'll circle around here. Because I'm sure there'll be a connection from here to there. And then hopefully down to here. But I think this is as far over as we're going to go for now towards this side. We'll leave it unsafe. Unsafe means exciting things happen. Or can happen. Nothing happened at all, actually. Well, what do we have in this system? Lord Captain, the Vox system intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. This system contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Dargonus, the capital of the Von Valentius dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals, but the message itself is corrupted, a cacophony of requests for help, groans, and shouts. What in the world? It is your name they are shouting, Lord Captain. Gutted void ship. Okay. Then a bunch of random space dust we can explore. And a planetoid. We'll hold off on the gutted space or the gutted void ship for now. Let's check out the space dust. Hopefully that's just quick loot. Yep, we got some fuel trophies. More fuel. Lots of fuel. I guess whatever the space dust is, it's some sort of fuel that we're able to, like, vacuum up from space. Let's go to the planetoid. Or asteroid. Whatever you are. You have 4 plasteel. Is 4 enough to spend extractium? We have how much plasteel right now? We still have 7 already. I think I will ignore it for now. We don't have a need for it. We still have a bit kicking around. And 4 is not an amazing number. Alright, void ship. Where they're all calling out my name. Ooh, this is actually going into the ship. So who do I want to take with me? Tempted to drop Argenta, bring in Irliet. Mainly because Argenta and Cabela have not super impressed me combat-wise. Argenta's okay, but I mainly just use her as a sniper, and I think Irelia is a better sniper. Like, whenever I try and use Argenta with a bolter, it does no damage, which is shocking because bolters should do crazy damage. So yeah, we'll take Irelia, leave Argenta behind, but the rest I will keep. I actually do like having Abelard and Heinrichs, even though they're both pretty similar builds. Just having more melee damage dealers seems to work out fine for me. And Cabela is also fairly weak. Alright, Irelia, you level up 3 times now. Apparently I liked basically all of your talents. That's challenging to deal with. Whenever prey is killed, all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the prey have their agility reduced. 10 cells is pretty big. By 5 times the prey's difficulty tier. And this isn't specifically when she kills prey. It's whenever prey is killed. So even if allies kill someone she's marked as prey, then it tanks the agility of those around. Whenever the bounty hunter scores a critical hit, they gain 7% armor penetration until the end of combat and stacks. Whenever the bounty hunter scores a critical hit, the target's armor is reduced by a bunch percent until the end of combat. Whenever an ally kills prey, the bounty hunter gains half the bonuses. Whenever the bounty hunter kills an enemy of difficulty 4 or higher, which isn't terribly often, immediately reloads their weapon, which is cool, and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight, with more overpenetration but less damage. We'll go with Flay the Bold. Makes Cull the Bold better. I do kind of like Pounce, though. Skill-wise, you do already have a higher awareness than Cassia. But Cassia already has a great awareness. Demolition, you are the best one of this team. So when I have Cabela and Argenta out, yeah, you're kind of our demolition expert. You're not athletics. Lore Xenos, but we've got Heinrichs who does... And Heinrichs actually doesn't have great Lore Xenos. That's weird. You're tied with Pascal. I think probably Demolition and Lore Xenos are going to be your primary focuses, and awareness. But we have no other Demolitions people, so I'm going to give that to you, at least with this party composition. Alright, skill-wise we can't give you, or characteristics, we can't give you ballistics again, sadly. Probably agility. Bump it up to an even number. Yeah. And common talents. We could give her the ability to use Drukhari equipment. We've seen it a few times show up, and I've been curious. In My Sights gains additional armor penetration. In My Sights is her ability that I keep forgetting to use, where if she has, I think, an action point left at the end of the turn, she can mark a target to fire on at the start of her turn just as a free extra attack. But that's under the assumption that specific enemy will still be alive at the beginning of her turn, and within line of sight. So is Drukari equipment better than penetrating sight? I think opening up the options will be good. And then we're back to these talents, and I think I will choose Pounce, so that all of our allies gain bonuses against all of her prey. Because a lot of, pretty much everyone's abilities trigger off of doing crits. And so, if she can just increase everyone else's critical chance, then everyone else does better. Okay, with that out of the way, let's find out what's going on this ship.
I feel my age when fighting alongside such young warriors.
Indeed. While I have my navigator skills to call upon, you are, statistically speaking, far more likely to perish in battle. Oh, I mean, that came out wrong.
This person's body is covered in unpleasant-looking growths, scabs, and ulcers. They look like fresh mutations. And then an agile mutant. I'm not. Alright, we're probably going to have to kill them all. So we've got a bunch of dead people and then a bunch of mutants. Did you guys kill the crew here? Were you part of the crew? Let's just ignore the combat for now. The sweetish smell coming from the dead body seems odd, and the blood has an unusual hue to it. Okay, so not normal people either.
Take a knee.
Okay, I was like, he got pretty close. Are we starting combat yet? Alright, frontline people as usual. Let's get you guys forward. Abelard is super last, so maybe we'll put him in at least some cover. Heinrichs is pretty close to the front, so I'm fine kind of rushing him forward. I might send him to deal with these guys, at least to try and protect our squishies from getting hit. Pascal, you can go basically anywhere on the battlefield as usual. Oh, there's not a good way to get down here. That's annoying. I guess I might send you to get over here and work your way down this way. Do any of you have names, or are you just standard mutants? Like, is there someone important here? No, you're all just mutants. 126 health. That's significant on the mutated enforcers. Okay, and then as for our ranged characters, we want to get you into cover. That probably will be fine. Cassia might throw you there. And you... Or I could have Cassia out in the open because she's able to move. So we could put her here, and then on her first turn she can move into that full cover. And we have Ignatius instead. Oh, he can't go there either. Irliet make it there? She can. So if we have Irliet there, and put Ignatius here, I think that can work out. Have Cassia on her turn move up to there. Okay. Let's start that battle. So for front line, since we can mark locations, are these guys, when do they go? Okay, they're going pretty early compared to Pascal. So they are probably going to run up to him. And so our fighting is actually going to take place here rather than up there. For him. What about you? Okay, you're pretty late. Same with you. So Heinrich will be moving up to one of you. Probably that one, because this one can be potentially hit by other people. Being out in the open, you're kind of tucked back. So let's make... I guess that our front line.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor.
Then our rear, help with damage. We'll give it to both of them.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Lastly, for defense, I think we'll go here.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
So you can step into that cover. And then, I suppose as usual, bring it down on Ignatius. You won't be able to do that from there. Really? You can't use bring it down on Ignatius. Why? You've always been able to use it. Doesn't end movement. So we could have used it here and then used it on him, but for whatever reason we can't. Is he just barely outside the range? Alright, if we use voice of command, I think that allows her to use it even at extended range. So voice of command.
Accustomed to being ordered around.
Then use... I guess step there before I forget. Then bring it down on Ignatius.
Emperor, give me strength.
Then our usual of ignite. And orchestrate flames.
Problem for me.
Could just run and gun right here. Just hit someone else this turn. Any convenient Melta targets? No, I can't hit you. I can hit you, but it wouldn't hit anyone else. No, I think we're just gonna ignite. And we'll start with, I think, the enforcers that have tons of health.
All too easy.
There you go. Maybe I should have gone after that one because he's closer. And sure, we'll do Inflame. Just to increase the damage from burning in the rest of the fight. Beautiful. That'll end Ignatius' free turn. Back to you, Cassia. Have you hit the two of them. Or just this one. I went with something like there are ways she can hit this one, but it wouldn't hit the others. Hoping we could hit all three. Looks like a no. So yeah, just blast the two of them, I suppose.
If I may.
Okay, Gilead. Who do we have that's actually challenging number-wise? We've got a couple of threes, but that's actually it. And they're the enforcers. So if we mark as prey, both enforcers. Oh, you can't see that one. That's disappointing. Then what? Next attack that hits the target marked as prey is always a critical hit. So we could guarantee a crit on you. the cost of 1 AP. I think perfect spot because I'm not planning on moving you anytime soon. We could do analyze enemies. On you. Then if we did our shot, which takes 2 AP, it's a solid hit. Good. And then in my sights, the target who? $62, $62, $52. I don't know. I don't want to waste on this guy who's nearly dead. Though perhaps we should, because it's doubtful that... No. I'll take 31 damage to burning. It will technically be alive. No, we'll just use it on... I don't know, you.
This tedium is beneath me.
Heinrichs, we were going to have you go here and deal with this one. So if you went there and just attacked him, you do 19 to 26. If I... Oh, right, you can charge. Right. You charged, you can't charge. You moved a bit and then charged. 19 to 26, that would take 2 actions. We'd want a 3rd action for another strike. So I've got 2 more actions to spend. Let's do Iron Arm on yourself.
But of course, Lord Captain.
And Warp Speed. That one didn't actually cost him any AP. Probably gave him the ability while degradation is low. First action doesn't cost anything, or something like that. Well, we can do Endure then. I could do Word of the Emperor on basically our whole team. I mean, besides Pascal, because he's forever far away. And oddly, we don't get Abelard. Must be out of line of sight, I guess. Word of the Emperor is nice. Oh, nope, it did hit Abelard. Just didn't show above his head. Do I go shield the Emperor? No real harm in it. Besides raising Veil Degradation tiny bit. But giving everyone some deflection and armor? Sure. Now back to what we were planning to do before. We move here. Charge, that'll use 2 AP.
Everyone, step aside.
For a good solid hit. And then a follow-up swing.
Let's see to it. The Inquisition sends their regards.
34 fire. Ongoing fire damage. He's got 4 health left. Well, you're dead. And that will be the end of Heinrich's turn. Spontaneous mutation. Well, that's different.
Yet iron knows no pain.
I should look into what... hello? I should look into what spontaneous mutation is. Because that certainly seems weird. Spontaneous mutation. Touch of the Warp grants mutants a random mutation every round. The mutation may heal, damage, blind, or grant foreboding. Does this say anything different? Every round, mutants gain 1 random warp mutation. Well, that's a clear sign of horrible warpiness going on. Alright, Ignatius. Let's deal with some of these people. That's, I think, the one we have Earlet marked. So we'll leave him alive. Who else can we deal with? And I'd like to get the other enforcer, but I have to move to pull that off. And I kind of like my cover. Who hasn't gone and will be going soon? You will be going soon. So yeah, let's just try and take you out of the fight. Alright. You do an inflame again. Sure.
Already done.
There we go. We killed the 3 that were on fire. Awesome. That raised momentum, but it should have also... I would have thought that would have given me the option for Revel and Slaughter, because we just took out 3. But maybe it didn't count as us killing this one, because the fire was inflicted by Heinrichs rather than us. I don't know about that. So sadly, that is the end of our turn. Once we get to Cassia, she'll give him another turn and he'll just finish the fight. Because that's what he does. No, don't keep hitting Pascal while he's down. Makes me sad.
Crush the feeble.
Damage is negligible.
Yeah, this isn't good for him. So he's currently prone, of course.
Focus, Van Calix. Focus.
Not that big of a deal, actually. Abelard. I was hoping to have you deal with this one. Which you can do. Easy enough. So if I put you here, you've got 5 actions. Forced distraction would be fun. Used on Pascal so that they all have to pass a willpower test or they can't attack him. I think I will actually do that. Just to try and protect Pascal a little bit. So we're going to do 3 AP worth of attacks with our charge and then follow-up attack. So I have 1 AP left. Endure is good, or I could do Sworn Enemy or Reckless Strike just to do more damage. But no, I think we'll go Endure. Just try and stay a bit safer.
Victory is imminent.
So then you charge here.
Indeed. Grey hair, sure hand.
Then a follow-up strike. Don't need brace for impact, so we'll just end it there. Pascal. Did he just lose his turn because he was prone? I was assuming on his turn he could stand up.
I've suffered worse.
Forceful Slam is rough. Alright, Cassia, it's back to your turn. Try doing a Finest Hour on Ignatius, please.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Alright. I don't know which of you guys is the one that I'm theoretically keeping alive for Earlet to use her free attack on. I don't know if there's any good way of finding out. Because does that count as an ability on her? No. So it's got to be one of the enemies is marked. Marked for Purge? It's by Heinrichs, so no. I'm trying to figure out how that ability of hers works because I just don't use it ever. But surely there's got to be some indicator so I can find which one I'm trying to keep alive so that she doesn't just waste that shot. But I don't see it. I don't think they died already. I don't know. Let's see, you're not going to die automatically next turn. I could go like here and then see if I can melta through 3 of them, which would be crazy. Let's see if that would work. Not from there. That would work. I mean, the chances that one of them is the one that Irlet is theoretically aiming at is reasonably high, but killing 3 enemies with 2 AP is pretty good.
Forge ahead.
So I'm doing it. Oh, and we killed that one. Because of being nearby, he got the backlash. Let's inflame you. I almost clicked on... Oh, wait. Right, we had another mutant show up here. I was thinking that was Abelard, and I was like, I almost clicked on you. No, you ran up from here. Are you the one that Irlet marked? No. At least nothing I can see. I don't know. Well, I can just take both of you out right now.
Didn't stand a chance.
Then we have just 2 left. I can't see that one, sadly, from where I'm standing.
Nothing I can't do.
There's nothing I can do to hit you, is there? I could revel in slaughter. That might allow me to run and gun. It does. So that I can get into a position where I might be able to see you. If I was here, then are you within sight? You are. Okay. That'll work.
Nothing of value.
And Ignatius wins the fight. Awesome. Go team. So we didn't get to check out this computer yet. The Cogitator's machine spirit stays silent in an attempt to reach the dead systems of the destroyed ship.
Follow my lead.
Looks like there's a way up there if we deal with the athletics check. Don't think we need any more of those, so we'll send that over. And improve flak vest? Probably not. What else do we have around? Books and items of luxury. The legality of some of them is questionable, but the Navis Nobilite often turns a blind eye to such diversions. Navis Nobilite. Is this some sort of Navis Nobilite ship? Navis Nobility? I don't remember exactly how that was pronounced. Because that's the organization, the Navigator's organization. So is this somehow related to Cassia? Even if indirectly. Alright, Pascal, let's give you a shot. Try not to fail.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Staff of House Cassini, a navigator staff. So it's a different navigator house than hers, but this apparently is the ship of a navigator house, House Cassini. All allies targeted by navigator powers gain +2 additional movement points on their turn. That's cool. Allies targeted by the navigator powers gain +7 bonus to all characteristics until the end of the navigator's next turn. This bonus stacks with and is prolonged until the navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Cool. Plus willpower and perception. This cape lowers all enemies' perception by wearer's fellowship bonus within a 5-cell radius. Okay. Don't know if that cape is super critical. How does this staff compare to yours? Same damage. So you have devastating. The first use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Second use of this power, or the use of a different attacking power on the same turn, deals an additional +6 damage to all targets and 6 direct damage to the navigator. So the one she has right now is more focused on getting out lots of attacks, versus the Cassini staff is on buffing our allies. I think I typically use her more for attacks, all things considered. So probably keep the staff she has. And then as for that armor, we'd want it on someone with a high fellowship, which could be her. Staff, or what cloak do you have right now? Increases the range of officer archetype abilities by 1 cell. It's not bad. Who else has good fellowship? No one. So if we're going to use it, it would be with her. How much am I using officer archetype abilities? Some. I don't think reducing perception of enemies within 5 cells of Cassia is terribly important, though. So I will probably not use that.
A new challenge for me?
Bunch of just random junk to sell. This counts as being up there. Sure. Nothing else lootable? So this is House Cassini, which I don't think we've heard about. But they clearly have some horrible mutation situation going on. Very chaosy.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Path forward is open. Okay. A lot of bad news. Close the ranks, do not let them to the sarcophagus. Yeah, Navigator's just like, I don't care whether you're friends or enemies. Everyone just needs to die. Let's toss down a save before I do something stupid. The Navigator's throne. The handles are extremely worn, with visible marks left by nails, evidence of the terrifying hours spent locked in battle with the powers of the warp. Presumably, you are the Navigator, not just a member of the Navigator house. Oh, we still have one living person. Mutated Enforcer. So are the mutants... Just everyone is a mutant. Huh. So I was trying to figure out, are the mutants on your side or not? What can we determine about you? Nothing. The leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in a motion characteristic of the navigators, not with his whole hand, but with 2 fingers moving from left to right and back so as not to touch his third eye by accident. This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not just emerge from a grueling battle and is simply greeting you on the bridge of an uneventful day. My greetings, your lordship. There is no need for introductions. I know the heirs of the Von Valencias line by sight. I am Han of House Cassini. the navigator of this vessel, and as the senior surviving officer, I assumed command after the incident. Lady Navigator, what an unexpected and pleasant meeting considering the circumstances. Han decorously dips his head to Cassia. I have not had the honor of being personally acquainted with you, but of course I know the emblem of House Orsilio. How fares the Honorable Regent? Cassia Orsilio. She offers a reserved nod. Cordiality will not disguise the icy blue coldness of your words, Navigator Han. However, I will tell Regent Aranto that you inquired after his health. You may pass on my best wishes to Novator, the patriarch or matriarch that rules over Navigator House, Novator Cassini. And now let's set the pleasantries aside. I'm sure the rogue trader would like to ask you a few questions. The way she responds, cordiality will not disguise the ice blue coldness of your words, does not sound friendly or positive. As Han speaks, others glare at you with dour tension. Up close, you can plainly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies bear the mark of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madmen who attacked you. However, Han's associates seem perfectly clear-eyed, showing no signs of madness. What happened to the ship and the crew, Han? Or dogmatic attack. You've been tainted by chaos, death to the mutants. I'm gonna ask before we just slaughter his crew. This ship is assigned to the port of Dargonus. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package, urgently, by hand, to you, your lordship. We were even shown a pict of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there is tension in his eyes, which are trained on you. The disaster struck during the warp jump. I will never know all the details, as I was preoccupied with my primary duties. But for some reason, the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, had a most destructive impact on the crew. Someone was delivering something specifically for us. They were ordered to deliver something specifically to us that, when opened, mutated the entire crew. That is crazy. Han frowns. The package contains a chaos artifact, a chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their mind and mutate. The first to be afflicted was the captain and the senior officers, but the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to making an emergency exit from the warp. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather, the only ones who were able to retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolated the source of the danger, and sent out a distress signal. We were adrift, waiting for help to come and fight off mad crew members. Then you arrived. So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me? Who was the sender? It's a very good question. Were we not affected by the mutations and madness? Where's the artifact now? So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me. Who's the sender? As far as I'm aware, the order came from Kunrad Votvir, the Master of Whispers in the Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely that he arranged for the delivery, either personally or through intermediaries. Not surprising that Kunrad would try attack to destroy us. Avalar's face turns a deep puce. That blasted traitor beat us to Dargonus and is now free to act with impunity. It would not surprise me to find out that this was the work of sorcery. How else could he have reached the world in such a short time? I mean, we've been delaying a bit. Let's be fair. A heretic who is vested with legitimate powers and whose latest activities remain a mystery to all. Believe me, Ignatius, an individual like your former Master of Whispers will not stop at sending a chaos artifact in his attempts to destabilize your protectorate. Han pauses, then adds bluntly, almost brazenly, your reaction suggests that you were not expecting a package of this sort. That is good to know. I had almost convinced myself that the rogue trader was deliberately collecting chaos artifacts. Do not dare accuse me of colluding with chaos. Do not even suggest it. I have a literal Xeno with me. Not chaos, but I have an Eldari with me. So for me to be like, how dare you accuse me of heresy? I would not consider that. I'm not tainted by chaos and knew nothing of this package. I give you my word as rogue trader. The affairs of rogue traders do not concern you. Do not trouble yourself with needless questions. Yeah, I think to some extent we are bending the rules a bit because we have a Xenos with us, but I doubt we are going to reach a point where we are comfortable colluding with chaos. As much as we are not fully dogmatic, I can't see that happening. That seems to be a line that I doubt we'll cross. Do not dare accuse me of colluding with chaos. Do not even suggest it. I beg your pardon. I am too tired to speak diplomatically. However, the sender wanted all of this. Han makes a sweeping gesture at the destruction and the corpses of crew members around him to happen to your ship, not ours. Well, then your captain probably shouldn't have opened a package that was supposed to go to us. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness? Well, that depends. I was born a mutant, you see. Han smiles grimly and wearily. Navigators are taught to resist the influence of chaos, and so I have been, as best I could. But I will be frank with you, I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications yet. All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of just how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He is extremely tired, practically exhausted. Where's the artifact now? The tension in his posture and gaze becomes even more noticeable. I've placed it inside a protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this one could not be destroyed under these circumstances. Or rather, I had no assurance that it would not disintegrate every one of us and scatter us across several light hours of neighboring space. But once we are off the ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing. I would just like to take a look at the artifact. No, I wouldn't. Why would I want to look at an artifact that causes mutations in everyone nearby? Face it, Han Cassini, you can't leave this ship. The corruption of the Chaos Bomb did afflict you, albeit not as strongly as the others, and you know this. I can tell by your reaction. I don't know if that's true. There's the possibility he's afflicted, but he is actively fighting against the corruption. And we see no sign either in what we see visibly or from what he told us that he has actually been corrupted. We could lay mines in what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact from a safe distance. I have the resources and the knowledge to do it. It's definitely a good call. Persuasion at a -10, which even with that penalty, Cassie is almost good enough to still get 100%. Trust me, I'll take the sarcophagus that holds the artifact and deliver it to those who can destroy it safely. I don't think I want that on my ship. Like, yes, we could probably find someone who would be able to destroy it safely. Like, we have contacts with the Inquisition, being an obvious answer, but I'd say just destroy it. I think we'll just blow it up from space. He might be sad to lose his ship, but I think it's necessary at this point. So yeah, we could lay mines in what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact from a safe distance. I have the resources and the knowledge to do it. I mean, that doesn't guarantee its destruction, though. Although, we passed our demolition, so maybe we are confident we can pull it off. Your words give Han pause, but he seems convinced. He relaxes a little, but then asks cautiously as if testing the waters. What about me and the crew? Will you take us with you? You can come with me, but the remnants of the crew will be terminated. These people are beyond salvation. They are corrupted by chaos. I'm definitely leaning that direction. Iconoclast, I'm taking you aboard my ship. There, my word is law, and no one will dare to take issue with you despite the mutations. No. No. We've just had a mission where we were trying to hunt down mutants on the ship, which turned out to be xeno rather than normal mutations. because they were starting to take over the ship and cause problems. The idea of taking on an unknown number of crew that have actually interacted with, to some extent, interacted with a chaos bomb to mutate them is just asking for trouble. I think I'm fine with him. Also, you know, he's a noble. Probably good things later on for rescuing him, but I don't think we can risk bringing the crew. Then obviously the "you've all been tainted" kill you. But no. You can come with me, but the remnants of the crew will be terminated. These people are beyond salvation. They're corrupted by chaos. Han jerks his chin up. These are my people. We lived through this nightmare together. I am responsible for them. All of us leave this ship or none of us do. Oh, dude. Where's the persuasion option? Just the "you are more valuable." Like, protecting you is better than offering sanctuary to chaos mutants. Wish there was a persuade option. Ugh. Do I kill him then? Just to ensure the death of all of his crew? Because he's unwilling to leave them behind. I hate this. I really hate this, but I don't think we are in a position that we can comfortably bring a bunch of mutants on board our ship. Specifically, not just normal mutants due to, you know, living on a hive world. Those in the dregs slowly get mutated. No, these are people who were specifically touched by a chaos artifact. Like, we can't risk it. If he is willing to, if he wants to die with his crew, that's all we can offer, I guess. I hate it, but then fine. You've all been tainted by chaos. Death to the mutants. Also, if we go back to the top, it sounded like Cassius saw some negative qualities in him. An ice cold hardness or whatever, however she phrased it. Ice blue coldness of your words. So it's not like they're on good, friendly terms. I hate that this is the choice I have to go with, but it's the only one that makes sense in this circumstance. I do wish we could have taken him at least, but he'd rather go down with the ship. Oh, so there wasn't an attack. We just killed them, I guess. Feels bad. Navigator's Throne. Oh, we already read that one. A plasma gun. Definitely want to look at that. Though we have other plasma weaponry. Might be the exact same as this one, actually. Then an Aquila pendant grants +10 willpower. If the wearer has conviction dogmatic, they also gain +5 fellowship. We'll probably give that to Cassia, actually. We've got an Aquila ourselves. What is our other... So we get 2 items. No, this is filling this slot, not our... I don't know what the different slots are, but this goes here. So it's replacing... Each use of Revel and Slaughter increases the wearer's perception by +10 until the end of combat. I don't really care about that. Overly much. If we gave it to her, though, it would replace her bonus of Fellowship and Commerce. And Lore Imperium. No, I think we want to keep what she has, so we'll put this on ourselves. We don't really need the Fellowship bonus overly much, Though there are times where we're forced to use our own fellowship. And those don't work out well. So giving us a tiny bonus is probably not the worst thing in the world. We can't loot any of the rest of them, really. Or just trade goods. Break open the artifact container. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, the chaos bomb. No? What is there to grab over here? There we go. Whenever the wearer uses a navigator power, they gain plus 15% dodge until the end of the round, and stacks. Alright, navigator. How does this compare to your current boots? You don't have current boots. Well then. Boots that improve your dodge every time you use navigator powers seems good. Anything else lootable?
It's about time.
So for the sake of my curiosity, I'm going to save and then break open the artifact container. But I highly doubt I'm going to keep that. But I want to see what happens. The container is covered in a fine ornament of symbols, among which is the seal of the Navis Nebulite, and the personal coat of arms of House Cassini stand out. The container is closed and sealed, but the lock does not seem particularly tricky. Okay, so this is where we would give the order to lay the mines. Take the artifact along with the container, or just unseal the container. Why is heretical for taking the artifact in the container? I guess if we unseal it, maybe we have a different option, but I would think just like opening the container right now would be a heretical choice. But I want to see what happens. Let's unseal the container. As you touch the sarcophagus, a slight shiver runs through you. The lock gives in easily, but it feels like the temperature of the room drops several degrees the moment the lid opens. Inside is an ordinary vox. A series of scratches run along the casing, forming odd symbols. Tiny red balls are sliding and rolling between them. It is blood, behaving like mercury. The chaos bomb is an ordinary box, with symbols scratched into it. Odd. You feel slightly nauseous. A cacophony of rasping, muttering voices emerges somewhere at the edge of your consciousness, whispering unintelligible words. With the pincers on his mechadendrite snapping loudly, Pascal bites out, "The spirit of this machine has been wounded by something unknown. I sense it in its electromagnetic respiration. I recommend immediate purification. Keep inspecting. Give the order to lay the mines, or heretical, take it along with us." Let's keep inspecting. The device seems vaguely familiar. Could this be your Vox, the one the mutineers took from you the day Theodora died? Under your gaze, the balls of blood begin to scurry along the casing frantically. Then suddenly go still. The Vox springs to life and, through hoarse crackling, lets out a series of short phrases. The voice that speaks them is just as well known to you as the device is. Is the voice of the former Master of Whispers, your rival and a Chaos collaborator. You know who this is? You know I'm close and will never leave you be. Enjoy the power you stole from me while you can, but I'm not done with you yet. Abelard winces as if from a toothache. Look who's decided to resurface. It will be my honor to rid us of this pursuer if he ever comes within shot. So few words, but so many emotions. I hear the echo of deep-seated, long-nurtured enmity, the kind that exists only between lovers or blood relations. I mean, we are technically blood relations, us and Kunrad, because he was also related to the Von Valencius dynasty, but it's pretty distant. The voice in the Vox falls silent. A moment later, a torrent of voices crashes against your sanity, yet fails to do you any harm. Relying on the lessons you learned in your past life, you instinctively clear your mind of all thought and your heart of all doubt, to shield yourself from the dark powers. You have parried the strike aimed at you. You realize you have fallen under the effects of the artifact. It appears that your Vox was enchanted with your own blood, which Kunrad stole on the day of your confrontation. The artifact was supposed to work like a siphon, drawing the soul of whoever opened the container, and of everyone around them, but the crew of the ill-fated ship took the brunt of the attack. The residual effects of the artifact are not strong enough to do you any serious harm. Interesting. So we could give the orders to lay the mines now. I think I'm still going to reload, even though it seems like nothing particularly different played out from doing that. It just doesn't seem in my character's actions that we would have opened it. Even though we're going to not have that interaction. I was just curious how it would play out if we would get corrupted, mutated, whatever. But it seems like, no, we don't get mutated. And we just get to hear Kunrad's voice. But I just can't imagine that we would... Hello. That we would actively choose to open that in a real, sane playthrough. No, we're just going to give orders to lay the mines. The thing must be destroyed along with the ship. And that's a level up. Alright, Lore Warp is our general go-to. Who do we have doing Medicae? Pascal. Okay. So I was thinking with Cabela and Argenta off the team, I wasn't sure if we had anyone else. But okay, we'll grab Lore Warp for ourselves still. I don't think we're doing any of the others. Our awareness isn't bad, but it's not as good as Cassia and Earlets. So, Lore Warp. We can't boost willpower, so I guess we usually go with ballistics from there. Just in case I feel the need to pull out my sniper rifle. There's something to be said for boosting our... I was going to say fellowship, because we occasionally need it outside of combat, but we don't have that as an option. Okay. Ballistics it is then. Cassia. What do we do with you? Normally we'd go willpower, but that's not available, so fellowship, I guess, is our next important skill for you. Perception's also good, but I think I'd rather focus on fellowship. And then skill-wise, Lore Imperium's a good one for you. Your persuasion's already to 105? Dude. Like, of the things that she's focusing on, her lowest is awareness. So maybe that's the one we should choose. Because just trying to get her 105 to 115 feels a little silly. Boosting awareness up to 95 actually has value. Abelard. For skills for you, we've got Athletics, Carouse as your main two. Nothing else we've really got focused. Commerce to some extent. No, Cassie's got that covered. Carouse, you are the only one focusing on. And Athletics, I think you are basically the only one. Heinrichs has 70. Let's boost your Athletics. And then we could do Toughness or Weapon Skill are both good. Toughness does more fit the Vanguard, but I kind of want him to be better at just killing things. He's already pretty tough. So, Weapon Skill. Although we could also choose Strength, because that also helps with killing things, but I'll go Weapon Skill. Heinrichs, you're going to be pretty similar, I assume. Or Xenos, I was shocked by how low that is for you. Kind of want it higher. Athletics and Carouse are also your best two. I probably shouldn't have Abelard and Heinrichs on the team at the same time, because they are just very similar builds. I don't know. I guess if I dropped one of them, I'd probably bring Cabela back in, just because she's different and also a melee character. I think Lord Xenos. I want to get your Lord Xenos up higher for the times where we don't have Iliad with us. Although Pascal still has good Lord Xenos. If I did end up dropping Abelard for Heinrichs, then I would need to get your Carouse and Athletics up. I guess that's fair. Because he's the only one dealing with those two. I think? Yeah. Alright, let's boost your Carouse then. Though I think Athletics is more needed. And then you have nothing that's not even. We boosted your weapon skill already. I think I might go Willpower. Just to help with your psychic powers. Pascal. We've already boosted your weapon skill. Kind of thinking intelligence then. Yeah. So that helps out with all of his skill checks. And then of all the infinite skill checks you have, you're my best Medicae. Even though you have literally 0 training in Medicae. So we could give him that. Yeah, I think we'll give him some Medicae. Just so that when we're in this sort of configuration where we don't have Argenta or Cabela, we have someone with some Medicae. And Iliad, what about you? Skills-wise, we could give you Lord Xenos, because that's kind of one of your primary skills. Same with Awareness and Demolition. Demolition is your lowest of the ones you're the focus on. So maybe I'll start there. Yeah, I'm not against that. We've already raised ballistic skills, so we can't. So then Perception or Agility? Perception focused on... How does that help combat? Because I swear it did. Reduces dodge from enemies, so they're less able to dodge her attacks, versus agility, I think, just boosts her own dodge. Initiative, dodge, chance, and reaction. So I think in your case, perception is more useful. Because making it more likely that your attacks hit is more useful than preventing enemy attacks on you, because she's usually in high cover somewhere in the back as a sniper. Okay, we'll call that good. We've laid our mines, so let's get out of here.
None shall stand in my way.
I feel a bit bad about how that all played out, because I would have preferred not to have killed him, but he demanded to die with his crew, or us take the crew with us, and we just couldn't justify taking his mutated crew after what we've recently been going through. That is this region taken care of. Moving on to the Silence of Mers Segret. Oh, we need to chart new courses. We don't have a route there. Okay, we've got a dangerous route there. Let's move it to unsafe at the cost of 1 point. Lord Captain, an urgent report from the vessel's shrine. A group of unknown assailants has invaded his temple and plundered the incorruptible relics of your ancestors, slaughtering devout worshippers as they went. The high factotum is among the casualties. Oh, that's bad. Had Master Montag and Mistress Sauerbeck not arrived in time. Fortunately, Master Danrock survived the remaining and remains conscious, albeit in great pain. He implores your lordship to come to the temple and hear his confession. Okay. And so it comes to pass. Cabela's somber voice fills the broadcast. I performed a reading of his tarot after the morning's watch siren, but the visions sent by the Undying One were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing towards the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure, laughing, treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It is now clear. The Undying One desires me to follow the figure's tracks. Thus, my hunt begins. Okay. So we've got a quest now with Cabela being forced in. Let's bring Argenta in. Since this is on our ship looking for heretics, we'll choose Argenta over Irliet. And I think Heinrich's fits better. I mean, it could go both ways. Heinrich's, as a member of the Inquisition, is good at finding clues. Again, this is more the roleplay side. Stats-wise, Abelard is better in most circumstances. But Heinrich's fits thematically more for this circumstance. But Abelard also, to some extent, fits because he knows the ship. Which I think actually has more value. Yeah, maybe that'll be the crew we take. We bring Abelard, we drop Heinrichs to bring in Cabela. And we take Argenta. So we'll have to level both of them up at the start. So are we going immediately to the chapel to talk to High Factotum? Or what? Yes. We go straight to the chapel. Alright, Cabela, what are we doing with you as an assassin? The assassin gains lethality chance to deal a % of the target's max wounds and more damage when hitting an opening. Not bad. Each successful dodge grants the assassin more damage on the next successful attack. Whenever the assassin has no more than one adjacent enemy, any enemy that moves into a cell adjacent to the assassin must pass an agility resistance test or fall prone. And that also sounds good. I'm going to go with this, though. Whenever we hit an opening, there's a chance of doing a percentage, I guess 5% of the target's max wounds, additional damage. And agility we've already raised, so weapon skill to be more accurate or strength to do more damage. I think more damage because you have not been keeping up damage-wise. Though, damage like that last ability we just grabbed that does damage based upon enemies' wounds rather than how much damage she can put into a strike could help even her damage potential. And then skills-wise, awareness is not one of your primary skills, neither is athletics. You have Carouse, Demolitions, and Medicae as reasonably high skills. We could give you Carouse so that you can cover it for when Abelard's not in the party. Demolition, we've got quite a few people that have that pretty good, so I'm not as worried there. And what was the other one? Medicae? Yeah, we've got a few people with some Medicae. Let's go with Carouse. Which super doesn't fit her thematically. She doesn't seem the carousing sort of individual. But oh well. And then for you, awareness I don't think is a major skill for you. Yeah, it's not bad. Demolition is one we focused on for you. Athletics, no. Lord Xenos, super no. Medicae, not really. She's able to do Medicae, but doesn't have a high skill in it. And And then Lore Imperium. I think Cassie is always going to be on the team, so I don't think we need to focus on that. Same with awareness. So maybe we go with demolition. Can't raise your ballistic skill, sadly. So probably perception then. Alright. That's you guys all leveled up. So we've got our high factotum here. We've got Jocasta. We've got the Confessor. Anyone else of interest around? I'm assuming these are all the same as we've seen them before. Huh. So we've got a bunch of servants who are being guarded by voidsmen. So are those the guilty people? Alright. Jocasta, what's going on? Traitors vermin, I'll get you wherever you are. Heinrich? Lord Captain, the great relic has been stolen. This is sacrilege. Oh. The whole altar has been removed? The one that we always pray at? Huh. Alright, Confessor. Let us bring his wrath down upon our foes. May their retribution be inescapable and their punishment severe. High factotum, what can you tell me? The Master-at-Arms is barking orders. Confessor Adalbert is murmuring a prayer, and the Infernus Master is circling the chapel with a keen eye as if watching for a threat. Cabela quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. The High Factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Janus himself is deathly pale. A Medicae officer is working on the black gunshot wound in his chest, and Janus grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous effort. Forgive me for not getting your lordship, greeting your lordship with a bow. I must tell you, Nemesite has stolen the great relic. Nemesite? Yet another spin on that old wives' tale? Janus, what happened here? How badly is the High Factotum wounded? Heinrich, did you see the attack? Damn you, Jocasta. How did the renegades manage to sneak all the way to the upper decks? Lots of good questions. Janus, what happened here? Serfs in red headscarves burst into the chapel and started shooting. Their leader made it for the relic. The remains of honorable rogue traders brought here from the mutant sullied crypt. And when I realized that the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of a heretic, one intent on desecrating the glorious dynasty, no, that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. Janus briefly closed his eyes, gathering his strength. The bastards allowed himself a few vile insults against me, which I am obliged to admit, but I did not give in to the provocation. I was hoping to buy myself some time. Then this so-called Nemesite started reviling the customs of the ship, berating its officers and enforcers, before insulting the very name of your lordship yourself. I threw my glove in his face and demanded a duel, but the honorless villain just shot me. He laughed at me, the depraved creature. He winces either from a new burst of pain or from the memory of the humiliation he so recently endured. He actually threw one of his gloves at the guy's face. You are very noble yourself. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic and shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me, your lordship, I have failed to preserve the sacred ashes of your ancestors. Inspect the empty altar behind him. The reliquary has been brutally smashed, and the bed on which the sacred ashes of the past rogue traders and their servants once rested is now empty. How exactly did he insult me? Why did you wish to see me so urgently? Hold on, I will not let you die here. Why did you wish to see me so urgently? If he's already said he doesn't want to relate the insults, then there's probably nothing critical in them, and I'll respect that wish. Why did you wish to see me so urgently? I had to apologize to you. I had to repent. He grimaces bitterly. For many years, I did my best to serve the dynasty, but at the most crucial hour, I failed. Shame scorches my pathetic, cowardly heart. Your lordship, I had to tell you how deeply remorseful I am. Hold on, Janus. I will not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty. Janus' thoughts are becoming muddled. The papers, your lordship. Have the clerk double-check the freight bills. I did not have time to get the seals. My will is in the left-hand drawer. Okay. So he's telling us of his will. That's not a great sign. How badly is the high factotum wounded? He's losing a lot of blood. The Medicae officer casts a worried look at you. I advise you to hurry. Master Danok should be on the chirurgeon's table as soon as possible. I am holding on, your lordship. Worry not. What matters now is that you recover the relic. The factotum groans as the Medicae officer pulls the blood-soaked bandages aside and shakes his head dolefully. Some miracle preserved Master Danrok's life long enough that he might address you. His fate now rests in the hands of the Emperor. May he show mercy to the selfless man. Heinrich, did you see the attack? I did not. I was on my way to offer a prayer when I heard gunfire and ran as fast as I could. When I got here, I saw Master Danrok, and I think the next thing I did was just to press his wound and spout curses. Heinrich looks at his bloodied hands in confusion. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? Heinrich tends to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, which makes me regularly doubt him. Alright, we're gonna ask, Nemesis, yet another spin on that old wives' tale? This old wives' tale was blessed with amazing corporeality. Whoever the bastard is in the red scarf was, he went by that name, and spoke very impertinently of your lordship. He dared to threaten you, and promised that for every dead serf from the Foundry Bay, 3 occupants of the upper decks would perish. Despicable villain. So this is because we shut down the life support system. So this is how they're getting back at us. Just another arrogant rebel wrapping himself in a crimson rag and wreaking havoc for the adoration of the commoners. Not this time. No one has ever dared to raid the upper decks before. Never in the ship's history has the fury of the rabble been so blind and fierce. Okay, so we could damage Jocasta. How did the renegades manage to sneak all the way to the upper decks? It's a fair question. Like, I don't like necessarily blaming her for what happened because it's Nemesite's fault, not her. But seriously, if a bunch of dock workers or, you know, people from the lower levels were making their way up here, they should have stood out. Like, lower level people stand out from upper level people, typically. Starbuck mutters through clenched teeth. They had help. We've discovered the hidden corpses of several chapel attendants. The traitors took their clothes and led Nemesis and his accomplices straight past the patrols. So someone before their attack killed a bunch of chapel attendants. So someone up on the upper decks is guilty of helping them. Professor Adelbart ruefully shakes his head. They were good people, pious people. They never slighted a serf in their lives. Why punish them? His face grows darker. I swear that these innocents will be avenged. May the Emperor be my witness. I will strangle this Nemesite with my own 2 hands. May the Emperor protect your... The factotum's eyes roll back as his enormous frame gives a convulsive shudder. The Medicae officer snatches a syringe of stimulants and speaks decisively. Apologies, your lordship, but we are taking Master Danrok away. He is unable to tell you anything more at present, and every second of delay could cost him his life. I was wondering, are they going to actually kill off my high factotum? And presumably I have to then get another. But I assume they're going to heal him up and he'll be good as new. Master Danrok is succumbing to his wounds. Get him... something. Arnik watches the limp body of the factotum get carried away and chews grimly on the low stick that has appeared between his teeth. So what do we have so far. Master Danrak is on his deathbed. All the attackers are either dead or have absconded with the sacred relic, and the witnesses all agree on one thing. Nemesis and his accomplices came out of nowhere and struck suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find these bastards now. We will find them. Sarbak's voice is full of terrible fury. We will turn this vessel inside and out if we must. There is nowhere even a void rat can. There is no need. The Blood's Whisper will lead us to Nemesis. Cabela's words make the two exchange puzzled glances. The Blood's Whisper, did you perform another divination? Siege Acosta, it seems to me that your enforcers could learn much from these death cultists. Yeah, did you perform another divination? Yes and no. His tarot guided me here, and told me of the evil that lurked in this shrine. But beyond that, the bloody path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. With all due respect, Spinner, the enforcers have already questioned all the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemaker calling himself Nemesis might have escaped to. Siege Acosta, it seems to me that your enforcers could learn much from these death cultists. Undoubtedly, Lord Captain. She presses her lips into a thin line. Perhaps the Servant of Death will share her insights, that we might all understand what happened here and where we should go, what we should do next. Cabela, tell us everything you know. Cabela sharply turns to face the crimson splashes on the floor and walls of the shrine. Her pupils dilate, threatening to drown her irises in darkness. Her expression turns distant, her voice becoming low and strange. This blood is drawn in a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and furiously, numb to their own wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire and witnessed the sacrilege, probably. As for this pattern, Cabela points to a barely visible chain of scarlet droplets. It was made in fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into the darkness. Cabela's eyes close and she falls silent. Then she exhales sharply and points a steel claw into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels hidden within the walls of the shrine. And you gleaned all that from a couple of bloodstains, or did you have a vision? If the attackers have escaped through the maintenance tunnels, we can send in enforcers after them. Both good statements, but you learned all that from bloodstains? There's no need for revelations from the Undying Emperor here. For one who has dedicated their life to understanding the tenets of the web, death speaks a language clearer than any words. Blood writes the chronicle of the final hour, and it holds all the answers. It speaks to me. It can tell me with what instrument it was filled, what its owner felt, whether they struggled in terror or were as cold as the steel of a blade, at what moment and how the thread snapped. For a Spinner, no two wounds are alike, and each scarlet drop carries a message from the Undying One. I'm glad she's on our side. Heinrich scratches the back of his head, smiling wryly. If the attackers have escaped through the maintenance tunnels, we can send in the enforcers after them. The technical corridors extend hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesis and his men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, the enforcers risk getting lost and wasting valuable time, not to mention the fact that those narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. So we still have no idea where to find Nemesis. The tunnels only answer the question of how he left. Now Death will tell us where he was heading. As if in a trance, Cabela leans over a body and peers into its eyes. He stinks of smoke, the smoke of singed overalls, vile glow sticks, burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. She slides a pale hand along the dead man's skin and snakes it under the sleeve of his coveralls, which she pushes back to reveal a fresh burn, bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Her steel claws dig into the dead man's arm. Your wound holds the answer. You dressed it carefully, not inside the shrine. Before that, something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you, turned your hand into a worthless lump. It was not fire, no. Drawing a ragged breath, Cabela opens her eyes. The fury of the conductive charge is marked you, heretic. I recognize your wound, for I myself have encountered it on those I take to the other side within the plasma drive chambers. Plasma drive chambers, are you certain? The Undying One has blessed me with the ability to see the truth in death. How can anyone doubt the revelations his blessing bestows? I can't say if it's worth drawing conclusions based on a conversation with a corpse, but if it is, then I concur with the esteemed spinner's findings. The Infernal Master spits out the chewed-up low stick and immediately produces another. All that about burns and conductive charge and the smell of cheap low immediately made me think of the plasma drive technical compartments. Makes sense to me. Starback, gather the enforcers. We will follow Nemesight's trail. No, Dome Ignatius, you must stay. You are the one Nemesight has challenged, and those we hunt know you by sight. You will frighten away the prey, and we will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. Cabela's unblinking gaze meets your own. So what do you suggest we do, Cabela? I will go to the plasma drive chamber alone. I will track down the false champion and all who serve him, and I will prepare the grounds for your own hunt. Out of the question. An enforcer's squad would certainly scare off the vermin, but I am not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chambers together, and together we will bring down all who have dared to insult the Lord Captain. I'm going too. I have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive chambers, the nosy kind, who know everything about everyone. Convincing them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull a few favors. It'll be the three of us then. What a company. Heinrich's grim laughter echoes inside the shrine. There's an awkward pause. Cabela takes a long moment at look at the officers' faces before finally nodding her assent. So be it, but not like this. Much like your faces, your guises are too conspicuous. Cabela's right. It would be prudent to use a disguise. Disguises are overrated. You will do just as well without one. No, use a disguise. The enforcers will procure regular work clothes for us. We will carry only inconspicuous weapons that we can hide easily in our tool bags. It will help us blend in with the crowd. Before we depart to hunt for Nemesight, I asked the Doman to bless me. I pledged never to leave your side, yet the hunt demands that I do just that. Grant me this permission by performing the ceremony of twining? Cabela nods towards the altar. When your people have taken their leave, under the gaze of the Undying One, we will begin the rite. What is this ceremony? The rite of blessing for the sacred hunt. With it, the Doman cast their shadow over the path of carnage. Under your benediction, I will strike harder and tread more softly. Very well, let the ceremony commence. With your permission, Lord Captain, the Infernus Master and I will take our leave now and set out a path for the descent into the chambers. Time to get the googly goggles and fake mustaches? Yep, that'll help them blend in for sure. We dare not intrude, your lordship. Sit down, Dome Ignatius, and listen. Let the ceremony of twining begin. Using a finely honed blade, Cabela carves an intricate symbol into the floor. She then produces a small bundle wrapped in incense-laden parchment and sets it alight. You are my Doman. I am your blade, and I'm honored, and I'm honed by your blessing. My arms are strong while your will is strong, and as long as the Undying One hears your prayers, my feet will go unheard. Her blade kisses her palm, and dark blood begins to trickle and spread over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hands. With our blood, with our will, we shall spin a scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our prey's demise. Cabela puts the dagger into your hand, and you suddenly feel how heavy your eyelids have become. Your heartbeat slows inside your chest. Her words linger, then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you and makes your head spin. Yeah, we're definitely getting some sort of effect going on. It doesn't quite look like the normal warp effects, but it seems similar. I feel strange. What is happening? Must I really wound myself for this? Obviously. Hand back the dagger. You have my permission to go on this hunt, but I will not disfigure my own body. It carries enough scars already. I have no problem making the cut. I feel strange. What is happening? For the twining to happen, you must first expand your mind. See the unseen, hear the unheard. Those who live and die by the tenets of the web often burn sacred incenses. And your body is not yet accustomed to them, Dome Ignatius. Your mind is trying to grasp it at its new boundaries. Do not resist. Breathe deeply. Learn. Must I really wound myself for this? The price of victory, the price of defeat, is always measured in blood. Give the Undying One but a few drops today, and he may prevent your flagship from running thick with scarlet rivers tomorrow. Alright, we'll make a small cut on our palm. The pain gives way to a burning sensation as Cabela grasps your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup, but this new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time by a dull numbness and the faint warmth of blood flowing from your open wound. The twining is the blood oath I have made to my lord. Cabela dips her fingers into the spilt blood and traces a symbol, first on her own forehead and then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that is cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Domin Ignatius, and may the ceremony of twining commence. Yay, death cult friendship. I mean, we've chosen to romance Cabela, so not only are we friends with the death cult, but we are in a relationship with a death cultist. Because, you know, pain and fun and whatever go together, I guess. Cabela's face blurs before your eyes, no matter how hard you try to focus and dispel the vision. In place of her face, you see a death mask, a broken skull with hollow eye sockets. I see strange things within you and without. May your fury and resolve be unshakable. May your loyalty to the flagship be ever our steady guide during this mission. Be merciful. Those whom you hunt may be victims themselves. I mean, they undoubtedly are, some of them. I bestow my blessing upon you, so on and so forth. Can we finish this up now? Wow, that's super rude. I see strange things within you and without. The skull grins benignantly. It's a weird word. You are learning to see what is hidden behind the familiar shell. Keep practicing, and years later, you will be able to see the truth even with your eyes closed. Fury and resolve be unshakable. So these are the blessings we're choosing to bestow. Fury and resolve be unshakable, or loyalty to the flagship be ever our steady guide, or be merciful. I like both of these. Fury and resolve. It's kind of just go, kill, do your duty to the death cult. Loyalty to the flagship be ever our steady guide during this mission. It's kind of asking her to place a bit more loyalty on us or on our ship than on necessarily her focus on the ways of the cult. I'm going to go with 3. May your loyalty to the flagship be ever our steady guide during this mission. I guess my perspective, she's got kind of two halves to her. The very stoic, focused assassin that she knows she's supposed to be as a death cultist. But then there are times where she's willing to show herself as still human with emotions. And her loyalty to us fits more into that category. And I think, as a goal, somewhat trying to pull her away from the robotic, mechanical, task-focused version of herself, more towards the human side. Still be a death cultist, still be an assassin, still be herself, but accept that she is also a person. And I don't know if the game will actually allow that, but it feels like we've had a couple of choices that lean that way. And so I'm going to just keep pushing towards that, which feels more this side of things than just go on a killing spree. I am your shield, your shadow, your weapon. Your enemies will find only vengeance in the close embrace of my blades. Cabela thinks for a moment. Your body cannot accompany us on this chase, Domin, but your spirit. There's nothing the spirit cannot do. The twining is complete. You and I are now bound by the blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, as will I think of you. Become a thought flowing through my mind. If the Undying One is gracious to us, he will send your dreams, and in those dreams you will see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. Is this some kind of psyker sorcery? We already know it's not. They have some connection to the Emperor, but it's not a psyker connection. Because we've been able to tell that they don't have the psyker gene, but they still can get true prophecies. So I've become part of you. What does that mean? I trust you, Cabela. Let us begin. You just got knife married. I don't think we're knife married, per se. We've already gone through several rituals with her that involve us joining her in various rituals, like our mind joining her mind, etc. I think this is the first time we've joined our blood. But she was already sworn to follow us forever by the death cult. So she's just carrying on that same connection to us. But it constantly is growing deeper. Yes. I'm not going to ask... Like, part of me wants to ask all the things, and I don't think there's any harm in asking, so maybe I should. Is this some kind of psyker sorcery? She snaps in irritation. Do not sully your lips with such suspicions. We are neither... Wow. She took anger to that. We are neither witches nor accused sorcerers. We are his votaries, and for our true service, we are thus rewarded. There is no profane psychic art, but the blessings of the Undying One bestowed upon the spinners of the blood-spun web, a thin thread of spiritual kinship that connects the fates of the Domini with those of their shadows. Yeah, but to ban that, I have to go through effort to click and ban. It's just tedious. Go away. There. Where were we? Thin thread, yeah, connecting the Domini with those of their shadows. Camilla can call it what she wants, but your senses tell a different story. A fine thread of psychic connection has stretched between your minds. It is too weak to let you see or feel through another's consciousness, and yet it is too strong to be dismissed as insignificant. Okay, so she is not a psyker, but this ritual has created a psychic connection between us. And presumably, even if I wasn't a psyker, it still would have created that connection somehow. So I would become a part of you. What does that mean? Your spirit will come with me to the plasma drive chamber while your body remains motionless. If the Undying One graces you, you will hear what I hear, see what I see. You will think my thoughts as if they were your own. But if you shout out to me, if you give me an order, I will not hear it. Only the ripples of your mind can reach me through the winding thread. I trust you, Cabela. Let us begin. I'm not opposed to modding you, Aram. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. There we go. Assuming I did it right, you are now a mod. I trust you, Cabela. Let us begin. You perceive a faint smile from beneath the death mask. Cabela hands you the cup and begins tracing her fingers around the bottom while whispering a prayer. Watch now, Domin Ignatius. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging patterns of blood? She draws your attention to the symbol she has inscribed. You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void rats or an enraged hound, crossed blades, a card of the Emperor's Tarot. But as soon as your gaze lingers on any of them, reality bleeds through the fluid shapes. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I will bid the servants to carry your body to your chambers, where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety. For me, the hunt has begun. Cabela's footsteps fade away, melting into the same impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. I wonder how the rest of the crew is going to take it when she says, hey, we need to do a ritual, you know, to bless me for this hunt. But it's got to be the two of us alone. So she stays in here by herself with us. And then when she leaves, we're unconscious and need to be carried to our room. They just be like, did you drug him? Did you knock him out? Like, this didn't seem like a good ritual for him. Well, that didn't seem terribly unconscious to me. We just stood up. Oh, but we are going to the plasma drive chambers. But we personally shouldn't be there. So are we actually running things as Cabela without our main character around? It's funny, we usually have the portrait of the person we are talking to here, and then our own portrait here. And now it's just Cabela on both sides. Stale air, oppressive noise, the hum and whir of machinery drown out all thoughts. This place rings with tension. Is it the powerful energy coursing through the cables, or have the wails of the workers merged into a cacophony of indignant whispers and desperate prayers? Lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duty, their voices creak as if covered in rust, and their eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light here on the working decks of the Domin's great arc. There's sometimes an implication in 40k that everyone has some psychic power. I thought the psyker gene was a rare gene that only some people had. It was a specific type of mutation, but an accepted mutation. And so you either had that gene or you didn't. But I'm definitely not an expert on 40k. But that was my understanding. I've seen it before. In these murky depths, people become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, fleeting pleasures, or imaginary freedom from the obligations born from the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying One punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of vice are born in these shadows, and I will be their doom. The thread shakes. The web is taut. I step silently. May the great hunt begin. The thread shakes. The quarry always leaves a trail. We may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air. The scent, a fresh dye, with a subtle note of sparks. This is new. Pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury, but here I feel comfortable. There is something else. This is it. I recognize the smell. Unguent, low, and burnt meat. Just like inside the shrine, the time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut. Know the hunting grounds. To find the enemy, I must listen. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps. That is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks, who pass their time like the living dead? Warmth spreads through my chest. I like to think that it is the connection with which the Undying One bound my and the Domin's fates together. He has blessed us, and we will hunt as one. I step silently. Darkness is our ally. Merge with the shadows. In the twilight of the chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I become like them, the lost, mired servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunt. Their hopelessness, their desperation, their thirst for survival will become tools for my use. Where is the second spinner? We were supposed to meet here. You know that feeling when you're being stared at, but you can't tell by who by, or where from? Footsteps, two are coming toward me. Familiar gates. Those are the Domin's servants. I would not be surprised if the cultists set out on the trail of Nemesite alone. The spinners are arrogant. We are just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Steel Mistress's voice is hard and cold, like her will. I can see it in her eyes that she dislikes me. She is wary, and so she should be, for we serve the Domin, not one another. Does this remind you of anyone at all, Jocasta? The man is enamored with fire. Even his words sound full of biting flames, and he himself enjoys playing with fire. Too much so. They bicker again. Their mutual animosity may disrupt the hunt. Examine Steel Mistress and Flaming Voice. To the lay people, the two are now scarcely indistinguishable from the common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. We will become spectral hounds and follow the trail without drawing attention. Step forward, I am here. So we are not having Cabela go in robes, hiding. She's just going in her Death Cult outfit. There she is. Welcome to the Plasma Drive Chambers, esteemed Holy Assassin. You can exchange pleasantries later. Lieutenant Godiera is on duty in this compartment. I have ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. This is pointless. The red scarf is not proof of guilt. It is merely a symbol. It could be a trap. I need to find her. I will watch the Enforcer and those who are watching her in turn. The Enforcer knows nothing about life in this compartment. I guarantee it. I have a better source of information. A good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It would be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain and death. Only the faithless fear death. I will not trust him. Let him trust me so that his trust may become a snare for my hunt. I cut them off with a gesture. Their methods of hunting are not mine, but I take the grain of truth from their words and weave it into my plans. We need to provoke them into making a move. Intimidate them with an impending threat. Instill a false sense of impunity. Convince them that they can and must act now. Strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. I mean, this seems to fit her speech patterns more. I'm trying to remember all of the phrases that we had at the start. See if there was any that did match that, but no, not quite. Intimidate them. Still a false sense of impunity. Convince them that they can and must act now. I don't know necessarily what strike out the spark means in this case. But I'm going to go with it. I feel them lurking in the crowd. My enemies. They are cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their masks, and I will take them down. Oh, did we just go through all of 3? I don't think intimidating them with threats makes as much sense. But trying to convince our enemy that they can and must act now feels like it could work. This Enforcer who answers to Steel Mistress is the symbol of order and obedience in these chambers. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, my enemies will believe it is safe to strike, and that will be a costly mistake. Alright, and we will also intimidate them with an impending threat, apparently. Flaming Voice relies on a talker, one who keeps no secrets and fears pain. An unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him, I will whisper lies to the enemy. Such is my plan. They look at me in silence. They do not understand yet, but that matters little. I am on the hunt. Man, trying to translate her speech of what it is that I'm supposed to be doing here. Plant a rumor of an impending raid among the workers using a local gossip. Instill a sense of impunity in the traders by removing the deck enforcer. The quarry must not see the trap being laid. Identify Nemesites accomplices among the commoners. Okay. The Death Cultist. I knew I should have switched shifts today. Yes, you should have. let's, I guess, wander around and see what we can see.
Rest, only duty, only death.
This is the same map that we were on before. Like, I recognize this corridor. Reactor attendant, you have names that glow. Basic servitor. No, he didn't listen to the briefing and stuck his hand in the reactor. How the machine spirits didn't kill him instantly, I have no idea. Oh, are they talking about the guy who got burned? So he's still in the infirmary? No, Tech Priest Deltar sent him over for servitorization. Maybe he'll do some actual work now. Because there was a guy who had a recent burn that mangled his hand among the attackers. So Deltar sent him to be servitorized, assuming that's the same person we're talking about, but he was instead sent to on that attack. So we'll want to keep an eye out for this Deltar. Stain. Long time no see, Spindle. Tell me, what does silence taste like? Are they using a secret code? Without Flaming Voice, he would never even speak to me. Everyone knows silence doesn't taste like anything. If you want to earn rations, you better start dealing in words. He speaks casually, but his voice is slimy and slippery. His eyes are as dirty as an oil-stained garment. The impudence in his gaze and words when he turns them to us. He is unclean, and he knows it. He is unrepentant. That's a funny look, Einrich. And you have a funny-looking company. Are you here to sell or to buy? And before you answer, remember the first rule. Every word has a price. Are we bargaining for information with this lowlife now? It is the duty of every serf to aid the rogue trader and his associates freely and willingly. Oh boy, here it comes. Who's that with you? An enforcer? And a spinner? Do you want me dead? If anyone sees me talking to you, they'll snap my neck, so off you go. The peddler of words is trembling in fear for his life. I must extract answers from him. But by what means? Persuasion, which we're terrible at. Medicae, which we're great at. Or coercion, which we're okay at. I'm Herald of the End you fear so much. The Undying One has not whispered your name, so cast away your fear. No one will take your life before it is time. The quelling stimulant on the needle's tip will loosen Stain's tongue. Or the lay people fear the grim gaze of the spinners. I will stay silent and wait. His resolve is bound to crumble. I'm fine with threatening him with various stimulants and drugs as a Medicae expert. What is this feeling? So calm. Fine, ask whatever you want, but then leave. My reputation cost me a lot of blood, and I didn't earn it to have it trampled into dust because you people happened to stop by. One glance is enough for me to see your true self, Stain. Where do things stand in the plasma drive chamber? Speak briefly, speak sense. I guess we'll do the top option. See what we can determine with a glance. You are a liar and manipulator, peddling other people's secrets and not knowing how to keep your mouth shut. You will become the bait, sowing confusion among the minions of Nemesite who hope to wait out the lockdown. They think they have enough time. I will deprive them of that confidence. Where do things stand in the plasma drive chambers? Speak briefly, speak sense. There's a bunch of workers in the far corner who now gather between every shift, whispering to each other. They don't invite me. They say I talk too much. Well, if they're scared of my tongue, that means they have something to hide. And of course, everyone's talking about Nemesite. Sure, the foundry and the chapel were big, but he's been helping people all over. A lot of folks are sticking with him now. You can knock my teeth out if I'm lying. Don't get many of those left anyhow. But I'll tell you this, even if someone finds him, they won't rat him out. Set up the snare. There will be a raid soon. Be careful. I warn you in appreciation for your cooperative nature. What are you? That information is not meant for his ears. Really? I see. Well, if that's all you wanted, then can I go? Go, Stain, and be my herald. It is difficult to admit, but I do share the Master-at-Arms' indignation. We came here to get information about the traitors, not to reveal our secrets. When the renegades hear of the coming retribution, it will make them nervous, prone to mistakes, likely to give themselves away. This was done in service to the Domin. You are free to believe me or walk away. Reveal the truth to the enemy, and they will harm themselves with it. I'm gonna go with this one, even though this is more clear of why she was doing what she did. This feels more fitting for her character. Reveal the truth to the enemy, and they will harm themselves with it. I just hope the wisdom of the blood-spun web won't cost us. Nah, we're good. Now you guys have been talking, right? I've been missing all of... At least someone over here, I think, had dialogue. There we go. Cargo K189 check. Cargo L458 check. There's something missing. Counting them for a third time won't make the box appear out of thin air. Let's admit that it's gone and go report this. Come on. What else? Wait, I'll have one more look. Cargo A13 check. Cargo B982 check. Okay, so cargo's gone missing. Overseer, Technomat. Overseer, anything you want to say? A death cultist. I knew I should have switched shifts today. Yeah.
Follow my steps.
Listen. Boy, do I have a story to tell. Spring. How come the enforcers haven't flogged you stupid for all your stories yet? I don't think that's our enforcer. I wonder if these are... If these are our guilty people. Become a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd. We'll hold off on that for a moment. But we've got Bitter, Hammer, and Spring, and Anvil. Gray Hands. We'll see what they have to say later. I want to find the enforcer first. Reactor attendants. Her Nemesite heard a big shot, so the enforcers are preparing to raid the chambers. We should run. They won't bother figuring out who's really guilty and who's not. Spindle, that son of a Grox, his mouth is like a sieve. And I'm not talking about his missing teeth. Yeah, so... Spindle has already announced to everyone that the attack's happening. Which is what we wanted. No enforcer that I saw. Unless I'm just missing them. So maybe we do need to do that first. Whatever this situation is. We'll save, in case I'm messing something up. So you lot taken off your red scarves. No longer feel like playing Nemesite, do you? If you don't put on a scarf, you become someone's enemy. Same goes if you do. The lay people have huddled together like a herd being chased by predators. Faded gazes, bent backs, the crimson kisses of batons on their bodies, and yet shadows of smiles touch their dirty, burnt lips as a strange pair, like a hammer and anvil, send sparks into the air with their words. What are those two talking about, hammer and anvil? Come back later, not all snares have been set. Okay, so we want to do that after we have set the snares. So where is this last enforcer? That is the question.
Showed this path, and many others.
Reactor attendants, servitors. Saboteurs. I've gone throughout the map. Spring, Bitter, Grey Hands. Those are the two following me. Whip. There we go. It's got to be you. You're the enforcer. An old burn spread across her body in a scarlet blotch. A look of contempt. A heavy baton covered in blood and symbolizing power, boundless power. Like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with both her hands and her gaze. What are you looking at, you beggars? You finish your shift, you go to the barracks. You start your shift, you check in with the foreman and get to work before Matilda comes to pat you on the back. And Matilda, I presume, is that wonderful, not at all intimidating baton on your belt. I guess our disguise is working, but I would rather not spend the next few watches in the med bay because of a misunderstanding. His breathing is quickened. Flaming voice always makes jests when he is nervous or irritated. Do enforcers infuriate him? Infernus Master, Master at Arms, apologies for not recognizing you, ma'am. Godiera, we are conducting an inquest. Answer the spinner's questions. I hope your report will be useful. Check what her scars reveal to me. Nothing is important during the hunt. Tell me what you know and I will listen. What do your scars reveal to me? We passed? No, we failed the awareness test. Shame. Thought for a moment it was a success. Day after day, she watches the serfs labor away, exhausting their last vestiges of strength, and there is no compassion in her eyes. They are simply a resource she is commanded to use and then discard. She hates them because she blames them for her pain, her wounds. Nothing is unimportant during the hunt. Tell me what you know, and I will listen. A group of workers wearing red scarves were seen in the compartment just after the attack on the shrine. The foreman stated that they were at work on the freight line. No gunpowder on their clothes, no fresh wounds. Too many of them have started wearing red masks, and it muddles the trail. But we also found some red scarves and bloody rags in one of the shredders only shortly afterward. We sealed off the exits and reduced the air supply of the maintenance tunnels to the absolute minimum. Now you can't stay in there longer than a few minutes without passing out. There's no way the bastards could have left the plasma chambers. They are definitely in here somewhere. Like snakes, the servants of Nemesis have shed their skin. The red scarf is just a distraction. Let the enforcers converse. I will keep an eye on those around us. The workers hide their eyes, but I can hear the murmurs echoing through the bay. There is an impotent rage in their hearts directed at Whip, for she is the embodiment of the very order they despise. But why do they not realize that the enforcer is a shield as much as a lash? Some of the people I escorted to the other side looked at me the same way. In the past, I did not understand, but now, do the lay people see spinners performing their duty to the Undying One, or enforcers performing theirs to the Domin as monsters? Do I sense the touch of his will? The Undying Emperor wishes to bestow a revelation upon me in this trying hour. Let his tarot show me the way. I breathe in essence made from the ashes and blood of the faithful. It enlightens the mind, granting it his grace and reading his signs. A wave of epiphany sweeps my thoughts away, pulling me into a blessed trance. My fingers move of their own accord over the sacred deck and draw a card. It is the martyr. I see a tear of blood wash over the pale features in the image, and they shift, becoming Whip's face. A portent for him. The Undying One blesses me to take Whip. The minions of Nemesis fear her. When her soul is delivered to the Undying One, the traitors will feel invulnerable. They will crawl out of their holes and fall into my web. I know how Whip's thread will end. I mean, I feel bad for Jocasta because this is apparently an enforcer that she thinks well of, but it sounds like we're going to kill her to progress this quest. I cannot sever Whip's thread with a blade, for the serfs would recognize me as one of the spinners and lose all courage. But the spark of the machine spirits in the plasma drive chamber has already claimed the lives of many. I will use this, and thus the web will be spun. Okay. So do we just follow Whip until we have an option to do something? Because I guess when she's near the reactor, we have to do something to kill her.
No sleep, no rest. Only duty, only death.
No? Maybe we go by the reactor and then there'll be an option to do something. Okay, we could become a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd in a lot of places now. Let's go down here and see if there's any options
Walks with me.
to do anything. Not that I see. There's a whip again. Are you going to move down there? Yes. Is there anything I can or should do while you're here? No, nothing new popped up that I saw. Weird. Because it seemed pretty clear that we were supposed to get her killed with the
way
reactor.
beckons.
Well, let's try some of these other new become a shadow. No. Okay. So we're ready to remove the deck enforcer. That's been grayed out, so we've done it. Even though we haven't actually removed her yet. So we need to plant the rumor first. And then I think we will take out the enforcer. Alright. If that's the case, then let's go... I guess it doesn't matter which one we use. But I'll go to this one because it's nearby. What are those two talking about? Hammer and anvil. And then the lever smacked you right in the kisser. Ha! Give or take a tooth. This is nothing. Bruises, burns, cuts. That's just life. Just remind yourself how you come home after your shift, having exchanged your ration card for a bowl of soup. How your little ones gulp that bowl down. How they fall asleep, feeling a little better. I say that's worth a hard day's work. And a punch in the face. He smiles broad-shouldered, with a rusty beard. He is not afraid to share laughter with the others, and so the crimson shades from the beatings never leave his face. His voice is bright and sonorous and listened to. Not everyone here is as chipper and as thick-skinned as you. A bowl of soup is great, he says, but what about having to choose which of your 3 kids gets it? Is that great too? Beatings are nothing, he says. Remember when the enforcers broke your arm? Since you couldn't work, your wife had to pull 3 shifts. She collapsed at the lathe, and the conductive charge burned out her eyes. None of us deserve that. Tough and unyielding. Every word hurts, but she is forgiven for her sincerity. They listened to her to pull themselves together, to share their common pain. Let's see if anyone has fallen into my web. Did you hear what happened? Nemesite didn't stop at the foundry business. He's been roaming the upper decks too. They say he went to the vessel's shrine and shot some nobles. And then he fled down into the chambers, so now a punitive squad is on its way. Prepare your backs, this is going to hurt. The frightened herd sways, humming with whispers. In their eyes, fires of anxiety flicker. Careless, suggestible people. I guess I'll come back later, not all snares have been set. Plant a rumor. The upcoming raid. Haven't we... Or that's checkmark, so these are the ones I still need to do. Right. I was misunderstanding. I thought those were ones I had already done. So no, I need to remove the deck officer. How do I do that? Because that's what I was trying to do and couldn't figure it out. Engine seer. Anything from you? No. I would have thought we would have had an option to interact with Whip, or an option to interact with something down here, if that was the goal. But somehow we have to take out Whip.
Another step, another thread.
And I have no idea how we're supposed to do that, because it doesn't seem obvious. Oh, nope, here. Set a trap by spilling the liquid. There we go. Found it. I assume by reactor we needed to deal with that over there. It's too early. The quarry must not see the hunter set the snare. Cable thrumming with the power of the conductive charge. A single swing of the blade will send the Enforcer's soul to the Undying One. So when we're ready, we click here to carry out the Undying One's will. So I guess maybe it's a bit of a timing challenge. And we see Whip coming back and is walking through here. Well, that was terrible timing. I did not realize it would take you so long. I thought you were just going to swing your sword. So now we have to wait for her to come back. Well, that's a bit tedious. A timing challenge where there's an unknown long delay. It's not a good challenge. So now you're going there, now you're walking back here. Too early. Seriously? Come on. Do I just keep clicking until it just happens to work? Ow.
Follow my steps.
You two gonna follow out of the lightning? So Whip should walk past again. And hopefully this is what we need. We just needed to have it running before they got here, so it's not a timing puzzle. Alright, Whip. Pay no attention to the electrical floor. Oh, you just died right there? There we go. Damn it, why did it have to be Godiera? I don't know why the Emperor ordered you to kill her, but we must see to it that she did not die in vain. And just like that, she's gone. She will never know what she died for. Meanwhile, the spinners go on, passing whatever judgment they please. It's the will of the Undying One. Can't blame me. The God Emperor ordered it. So now I think is when we're able to plant the rumor. Hopefully. The lay people are huddled together in a pile of sweltering bodies, filthy and battered by the Enforcer's batons, reeking of sweat and disease. Their hearts pump blood faster and faster through bulging veins, as two of them send red-hot sparks into the air with their words like hammer and anvil. Your plan appears to have worked, Spinner. The air itself is charged with something, and it is not the conductive charge. The serfs, they are stirring. Listen to the rapid beating of hearts. What are those two talking about, hammer and anvil? The web is spun, but I'm not ready to chase my prey into the snare just yet, later. No, we'll listen to the rapid beating of hearts. The lay people are frightened, angry. They feel the impunity that sprouted like a weed upon Whip's demise. They feel the threat crushing them from the upper decks, both imminent and inevitable. What are those two talking about, hammer and anvil? I can hear their whispers, insidious and deafening. No longer do they laugh with the others, no longer do they pretend. The Enforcer is dead, and the Punishers from the upper decks will soon follow Nemesite's trail. This is our chance. We need to act. This is it. I can sense that the prey is close. They have little fear of giving themselves away anymore. They need a spark to ignite the flames, something that will convince Nemesite's followers that they are strong, that the Domin's servants are diminished. Wait for the right moment, then light the spark. They tell us this is how it's meant to be, just because they were born on the upper decks and we down below, in the darkness. Is it really the God Emperor's will that they grow fat on the fruits of our labors, revel in luxury while we die without water or medicine? Hammer's voice rumbles, and the lay people listen, their hands clenched into fists. No matter how hard you work, they will wring everything out of you and give you nothing. Who allowed this to happen? The rogue traitor, his name be damned, a Grox on the throne, a tyrant throwing our bones into the furnace of his protectorate? Shut your foul mouth, void dog. Flaming voice, no, it is too soon. I understand your anger, but you must temper it. What did you say about the Lord Captain? The one who gives you work, food, and shelter? You insolent deadbeats. I can see why you have gathered here, and I will not let you start another rebellion. Why are you reaching for your voxcaster? If you do not disperse, I will give the order to vent the plasma chambers. You have 5 seconds. 4. The tyrant's lackey. If you do this, you'll die with us, you madman. To protect the Lord Captain and the crew? I see you've never met an Infernus before. Their faces are twisted with fear. Will they retreat? Will they flee? Will they hunt? The hunt be thwarted? No! A small throwing blade flies out of my palm and draws a scarlet line across Anvil's neck. If I had wished, she would be dead, but she continues to breathe and bleed and to scream furiously as she looks for me. The Rogue Trader's assassins are here. Look, they wanted to kill me. Find the assassins. The spark is lit. The lay people press in from all sides, pushing and shoving. Their faces are ablaze with terror and rage, and a violent energy boils through the mass of bodies. This power will be difficult to contain. Frightened people are dangerous people. The hunt was meant to go differently, but such is the Undying One's will. Yeah, the Infernus Master threw a huge wrench into the plan. One voice rises above the others, the voice of a burly, bearded technomat. Low as the roar of a furnace smells of sweat and sacred unguents. He is not afraid. He merely pretends to be. Beneath the shudder of terror, I hear excitement. Do we deserve to be executed, my brothers and sisters? Have we not labored with the sweat of our brows? Have we not perished for the outbursts of raging machine spirits? Why do they call us rebels? Why are we being punished? Furnace's words make the crowd seethe even more. Take a closer look at Furnace. Strong, heavy, enormous hands, whose blows should be feared. A great belly that has become a symbol of his success. He does not starve, so those who follow him will not starve either. A powerful leader, recognized by the whole pack. Feel the flowing rage of these poor wretches. The flame burns high, for there is strong fuel at its heart. These people have amassed many grievances. The enforcers are cruel to them, for they believe that fear eradicates treason. The officers despise them, for their clothes and hands are filthy. The quartermasters rob them and withhold what is owed to them, for their clan is not strong enough to make demands. They are vulnerable. Their hearts are vulnerable. The Undying One commands us to spin a web to catch such hearts before they plunge into the abyss of treason. And so I am spinning the web. But there is something else mixed into the righteous indignation. Something that taunts them, excites them, angers them. It is something foul, hovering in the air. Aberration. Think about Dome Ignatius. I turn my thoughts to him, for it is his people that are standing before me. What would he do? The one whose thread I anoint with my blood. Which of you was it that dared call the Lord Captain's judgment unfair? I demand to see the accuser. Already your rioters in everything but name, and then you ask why you have been shown no trust? You should be grateful for having been blessed with both toil and injury. Who would you be without them? Nothing but worthless rabble. Or his voice does not resound in my thoughts. Reasonable statements. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say they're worthless rabble. This, I think, leads to just you're all being lumped together as rioters. So we just kill everyone. I think calling out the leaders is probably the best way forward. Which of you was it that dared to call the Lord Captain's judgment unfair? I demand to see the accuser. They grow still, as though a sheet of ice has formed on the roiling surface of a water tank. No one dares to be the one whose name is spoken. No one dares to leave the crowd and lose the protection of anonymity. Anonymity. There's a word. Why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? A new voice, sandpaper, rough. Tears through the rumbling of the crowd. Its owner is ragged and filthy, and a feverish gleam burns in his eyes. His words inflame the people's minds, like rot feasting upon a wound. Rot cries out mockingly, "That's because you're afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you." They have the almighty baton. All you have is the source of the power that feeds the whole ship. Why should they take you for granted? It serves you right, you cowards. His ugly shriek spills like venom upon the sweating faces as they slowly draw closer and closer. I sense the smell hanging over the crowd. I take a deep breath, and something stupefying, noxious, and luscious disturbs my senses. This is no ordinary odor, but something subtle and foul. It carries the same stench as rot. Skinny and scrawny, Rot leers at me with his gaping mouth. He is a nobody who has nothing. His body has wasted away from disease. His hands are 5 fingers short. His fate is sealed. And that makes him convincing. Everyone knows he has nothing to gain for himself, and thus no reason to lie. His poverty is his armor. Let's turn our thoughts to Dom Ignatius again. I address the one who commands these people and who possesses the authority to execute and pardon. Am I to hear his thoughts? The Doman takes care of all, for such is his burden, but he cannot save everyone. It's a good answer. Your seditious words have been heard and will not be forgotten. I hereby chastise this compartment for its profane thoughts. Reveal my blades. Do you seek to challenge me? You may try. The Doman takes care of all, for such is his burden, but he cannot save everyone. He only cares about his flunkies. The bile spraying from Rot's mouth sizzles in the workers' minds like acid. It is burning them through. We will not commit rebellion, but we will not allow ourselves to be slaughtered by villains either. The law and the Emperor are on our side. A young woman steps forward, slender and supple like a rapier. If they want to crush us with the fear of death, let them kill us. It will only prove our righteousness. The ringing call is a command, pressing itself into their hearts. The foul stench of sacrilege almost knocks me off my feet. Look Rapier in the eye. Sense the blasphemy. She obviously doesn't have a lore warp. Look Rapier in the eye. She is fragile, but there is a strength in her, an authority taken for granted and understood by everyone. She is clearly ready to command, with legions willing to die for such maidens, beautiful and resolute as they are. She carries no banner in her hand, for she herself is the banner. Let's try the lore warp. We've got 80% because they're giving me a plus 45 on the check. But still. Succeeded. That tantalizing, elusive scent of rage. It is more than a stench. This is a tool. The weapon of the despicable trio, which they use to influence the minds of the laity, invisibly intoxicating their minds. The crowd reeks of flowering treason. I delve down to its root and realize what it is that rejects his will so. His sacred privilege is being attacked. He alone chooses who may journey to him. But these 3 instigators, they are determined to make this decision for themselves, dragging the souls of all around them into the fires of violence with them. They are impudent upstarts who have put themselves above him, and above me, the second spinner of the blood-spun web, his chosen servant. The realization of such audacity burns my very soul. Appeal to Dom Ignatius loudly and exigently. Death will claim you all, but not today, unless you are truly keen to meet its embrace. Bear one of my blades. Do you wish to die? I swear that anyone who follows the mutineers will perish this day. Or use my throwing knife to take an idle swipe at Rapier's face. Seal your lips, heretic. We'll appeal to Dom Ignatius first. But the noise around me drowns out my own thoughts and stops me from focusing on his image. Do we attack or threaten to attack? Clearly the three leaders, maybe that's these three, are the ones that we need to deal with. But I assume if we attack, it's just going to start the riot. At least it feels like it. Like, we came down here to stop the mutineers. So... I don't know. I think we're going to bear one of our blades. Do you wish to die? I swear that anyone who follows the mutineers will perish this day. It's kind of a middle ground between just saying death isn't going to claim you today, you're all free to go, versus immediately taking a swipe at one of the mutineers. It is tempting. But yeah, anyone who follows the mutineers will perish this day. The crowd does not answer. They do not hear me. The sacred promise of death no longer moves them, for they have fallen under the enemy's spell. They surround me, threatening, pointing fingers, cursing. They dare not strike, not yet, but already their enormous bulk presses down upon me as the smell of blood in the air grows thicker by the minute. Stop your committing treason, stand firm, and do not resist. Sauerback Montag, assist me, or lose myself in the dance of blood. Like, as soon as we start fighting, it's going to be a giant mob that we are going to just have to carve through. But clearly speaking, so far, they have not heard me repeatedly. So, do I keep trying to talk? Stand firm and not resist? I don't want to go just straight to attacking. We'll try to stand firm and do not resist. Just... we're not attacking. Showing our noble spirit, maybe? I'm not sure exactly how this will play out. The crowd presses forward harder and harder. My breath is growing short. My bones are crunching. Someone is screaming in my face. I endure the stench. Okay, stop. You are committing treason. They hear me no more. They cannot, for the poison of disobedience has utterly filled their minds. Then I think we lose ourselves in the dance of blood. Asking the two of them to help, I think, is somewhat pointless. They're just going to attack and make it equally bad. And at least us in the dance of blood theoretically is more focused on our targeting rather than just slaughtering everyone, versus Sauerback and Montag would just kill everyone. Lose myself in the dance of blood. This is our way of focusing on the Emperor and his will. I can bear it no longer. The blades in my hands sing. The blood streaks across astonished faces. I am done speaking and exhorting. I merely dance on the thread that I have spun. I bestow death and blessed wounds. I catch a glimpse of Rapier's cloven face and Furnace's open belly. Rot's severed hand falls at my feet, and its owner flees howling. I dance and breathe so freely. Yeah, so specifically, as I was hoping, maybe others are getting attacked as well, but specifically there was the focus on attacking Rapier, Furnace, and Rot. Can the ship manage without them? I would assume so. These are just worker crews. So new ones would have to be brought in, trained up on how to do the job. But the major task of maintaining machinery is done by the tech priests. It's just the serfs that do all the grunt work. And so the tech priests still have the knowledge of what needs to be done, I assume. So we just need to get new servants to do all the grunt work, assuming we did kill all of them. But hopefully we're just taking out the major leaders. It did not go the way I had planned. The smell of blood lingers in the air like the stench of impending defeat. 2 bodies are sprawled before me. I have severed their threads. The third blasphemer has managed to escape, but his disembodied hand also lies on the floor, useless meat. So one of them got away. There was probably some difference. Something else I could have done that would have allowed me to get all 3. Or maybe this is just how this story goes, and it'll open up a new storyline later where we have to deal with Rot. Thoughts of Dome Ignatius crowd my mind. Irrelevant and harmful, though they are in this sacred moment, I do not immediately realize how foreign they are to the here and now. Why am I thinking about him? Awareness test. What can these corpses reveal to me? What will the appearance of the survivors tell me? Are Flaming Voice and Steel Mistress still alive? Yes. It's time for the next step. What do the corpses reveal to me? Very little. The faint traces of the vile mutations that twisted their bodies, the foul stench of corruption emanating from their meat, the deformed, strangely colored brains in their crushed skulls that spawned the heresy of sedition. What will the appearance of the survivors tell me? They huddle in the corners, ashamed of their own subservience. They tried to convince themselves that the blood they so foolishly spilt would absolve them, but they know it is not enough. Are Flaming Voice and Steel Mistress still alive? The threads have not yet been cut. I realize with astonishment that they are standing close to me. Flaming Voice is furiously reproaching all those who had only recently joined in the revolt, while Steel Mistress booms like a siren, shaking her maul and threatening punishment. They are useless to the hunt now. It's time for the next step. A thrill runs through the strands of my consciousness. Is this Dome Ignatius? Can I truly feel him again, or am I imagining it? I need to concentrate. I gaze at the puddles of blood and the patterns they form. I see a labyrinth. The Undying One has given me a sign. My hands find the sealed case in which his tarot cards reside. It is time for a divination. In the blood of the dead, it will reveal to me the name of their unholy master. Thoughts of Dome Ignatius creep up from the shadows and leaped at my focused mind like a predator. They clawed, robbing me of my concentration. Why? I must not think about him. I must not wish for him to be near me right now. Suffering will banish all that besets the labyrinth. Prayer will restore my focus. I will not resist. So again, this goes back to the idea of her focus on her actions as a assassin, as a death cultist, versus times where she wants to be more human. And I want to see what happens as she goes more human. So Ignatius keeps creeping into her mind, and she can either hurt herself to try and banish the thoughts of him at the moment, say prayers to try and restore her focus, or not resist and think about Dome Ignatius and see where that goes. And that's what I'm going to choose. The image of Dome Ignatius comes into view, and I gaze upon it for an inexcusable length of time. I did not know that the bond between us would be so strong. The Vizier did not warn me how important and precious it might become. I give in to my weakness, and the confusion in my mind lessens. A stream of blood gushes across the floor, and his tarot cards lie on the carmine splatter. Everyone is silent and stares at me. I am reading the omen. I draw the beginning of the spread. I draw the heart of the spread. I draw the end of the spread. I don't know what that means, so let's draw the beginning of the spread. The Hound. I gaze at the card and its depiction of the Astra Militarum armored vehicle that bears that formidable name. The pursuit of truth, sacrifice, and victory. This is me, and I am on the right track. I draw the heart of the spread. The Harlequin, inverted, lies, manipulation, a shadow play blocking my path, but it is a lie exposed, a deception that must be revealed. I draw the end of the spread. The Preacher, a man who carries an idea and proclaims it, but who is it? Nemesis or one of his supporters? Someone already slain or someone still alive? The divination is unclear, and so I draw a fourth card. It is dangerous to ask more of the Undying One, but I must know. The Aquila. His holy image watches me from within the card, and my heart grows frigid with the knowledge of what it represents. The Undying One has manifested his omen in the traitor's blood. The hunt that has begun will be completed by the unveiling of a great deception. Our enemy is elusive because he is a powerful ally, one who espouses faith in the Emperor on this vessel. The ship's confessor is in league with Nemesis. He will be the next prey. Wow, that is bold. I should be thinking about the hunt, and yet my thoughts now lie only with the moment that I will stand before Dom Ignatius once more and tell him what I have seen. Will he be proud of me? Will he be pleased? This is wrong. The confessor is guilty. Huh. Would not have expected that. Interrogate the ship's confessor. Oh, and we are back to playing as Ignatius. Let's go talk to Cabela first. See how she's handling that situation. So she hangs out down here.
Domin, I have spun a web of crimson in the plasma drive chambers and ensnared Nemesis' accomplices with it. It is done. My divination has revealed that your confessor, the sower of faith aboard this vessel, is stained with deceit. The Undying One has spoken. His time has come.
We need to discuss your hunt in the plasma drive chambers.
I have been awaiting your questions, Domin. Ask away.
I feel like I was with you somehow. Is that even possible? I understand you were chasing Nemesis at your quarry, but killing an enforcer using blood in a divination rite, was that truly necessary? Yes. Are you satisfied with the results of the hunt? It felt like I was with you somehow. Is that even possible?
Perhaps what you saw was induced by the ritual essence. Perhaps it was the Undying One's will that made you see. I too sensed a thread between us. Indeed, there were times when I could almost sense you with me. It was a comforting feeling.
You were chasing Nemesis at your quarry, but killing an enforcer using blood in a divination rite, was it truly necessary? This might upset her, because I think it was necessary.
Such was the Undying One's will, and yours before that, Domin. You blessed my hunt so that I might lead you to Nemesis. Your blade performed its service, and the hunt was fruitful.
Are you satisfied with the results of the hunt?
No. One of the false champion's lackeys has escaped. I deserve no forgiveness.
I've heard enough. Cabela stares at you intently, perhaps too intently. She says nothing. We've got this option as well. I want to talk about us.
I'm here, Domin.
The expression in Cabela's eyes changes. She glances at you from beneath her eyelashes and smiles slightly. Kiss her, I miss you. I want to go somewhere private with you, or we have to stop this. We'll give her a kiss. I miss you.
All of my thoughts are of you, Domin.
Cabela steps into your arms, giving herself completely to the kiss. When she withdraws, her hands slide gently down your face. She gives you a look that sets your heart ablaze. All my thoughts are with you. I no longer want you in my retinue. I'm just taking my leave.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Alright, let's go check out the confessor. Because apparently he is guilty. Assuming we trust her rituals, which we generally do. Voidship Shrine. Yes, we have Cabela with us. I think this is still a fine crew. Cabela extends a finger topped with a metal claw towards Confessor Adelbert. The divination has revealed that you stand beside the enemy, Nemesite. Speak only the truth before the Domin and the Undying One. Adelbert beats Cabela's words calmly, with almost majestic resignation. A defender of the people and a tyrant's minion are two faithful servants of opposing ideas, two souls that have rejected everything else for the sake of duty. I now truly see that your collision with him was inevitable. Tyrant. So he is referring to us as a tyrant. Yep. So he is, by that one word, admitting guilt. Adelbert shifts his gaze to you and lets out a mournful sigh. I was warned about your visit, Ignatius, as well as its purpose. Who alerted you to my visit? My son, the protector of those whose blood you feed upon, whose hard work has paid for your content life on the upper decks of this ship. I demand an explanation, Confessor, this instant. Your pet tormentor who extols death is right. I know Nemesite and I assist him. Just like him, I am your enemy, Ignatius. Adelbert raises his voice, and in the soft tenor you hear notes of accusation as deep as rolling thunder. And I am also the enemy of your cruel regime, where life is dirt under the enforcer's feet, where a man has nothing to eat, writhes in fear, and knows no hope. I mean, I've tried to have them be less cruel. Sarbat clenches her fist until her knuckles crunch. You treasonous impostor, to think that I listened to your sermons and was anointed by your hand. You will choke on your words along with your teeth. I'm about to knock out. Adelbert dignifies her with neither a word nor a glance. And you were so good at moaning about the servants he killed. You're not even trying to lie. That is commendable. So you are a heretic then. New rebellion is a strike against the Imperium to the advantage of the enemies of humanity. Repent, for there is no fate worse than to be deprived of his light. I too desire a better life for my subjects. The path to that needs not be violent. Let us make peace and change life on the ship together. I mean, I like some of this. I do want a better life for my subject, which is why I've been trying to curb the more violent tendencies of my enforcers. Face the facts, you are no champion of justice. You are a manipulator who raises himself up by standing on the corpses of others. I am not judging you. On the contrary, I could use a man of such talents. Together we could accomplish a great deal. Ha! No. And you were so good at moaning about the servants that he killed. I grieve for them, but they were unreliable. They could have compromised us. They had to die, but the fault for their deaths lies with you and your enforcer dogs, for fear of whom we are forced to hide. You're not even trying to lie. That is commendable. Adelbert shrugs, his kindly face growing harder. Why would I? If the dogs have come looking for blood, they will not leave without a kill. Such is your vicious nature. So you are a heretic then? No. Heresy is what you and your fellow bloodsuckers believe in. The ecclesiarchy has turned faith into a whip to drive the powerless. The aristocracy has turned it into a shield to cover their transgressions, and the enforcers have turned it into a club with which to beat those who dare to raise their voices. Your faith is an instrument of lies and suppression, and I renounced it long ago. My faith promises salvation, not thraldom. So you're a heretic. Argente's eyes flash. Betrayer of the faith, your blasphemous words will perish with you. Any rebellion is a strike against the Imperium. Definitely not this one. I feel this one somewhat. I desire a better life for my subjects, a path that need not be violent. Let's make peace and change life on the ship together. I do like that a lot, but I think I'm gonna go with this one instead. Just pointing out that fighting against the Imperium is to side with the enemies of humanity. Repent, for there's no fate worse than to be deprived of his light. I am bathed in his light as never before. You worship lies, while the true emperor desires otherwise for his children. It takes an effort for him to regain his composure. Your light is darkness, Ignatius, and I'm sorry you are unable to see the truth. Do you serve Nemesis, or do you command him? I follow him as he once followed me. Nemesis is my son, if not by blood, then in spirit. I took him in as a willful child, and I fostered the best in him. A passion for justice, the indomitable flame of a fighter, and unyielding determination. I've been preparing him for years. So that's why Nemesis keeps reappearing. Adalbert just keeps choosing young children to raise up to be a new Nemesis later, whenever one gets killed. You have raised a living instrument that serves a purpose without question. Cabela speaks cautiously, as if not entirely sure of her judgment. Yeah, to some extent that's how your role came about as well. Such is this purpose, to be the hope, to break the shackles, and to end the centuries of torment that have passed aboard this ship. A great sacrifice for a great cause. He falls silent, looking at Cabela expectantly. You should be familiar with his ways, except that instead of a sower of freedom, you were raised to be an executioner's sword. What else were you lying about? One last confession? Why not? He frowns and pulls back his collar as if he were short of breath. I'm not Adalbert. That was the name of an initiate from a clan of confessors who passed away from disease many years ago. I was born in squalor on the lower decks, and at the behest of the he falters as if he wanted to add something else. And it was by the Emperor's command that I took Adalbert's place, through deception, pretending to be him. The dead man had inherited much influence and many thrones from his clan, which hastened my successful rise through the ranks. But it was not for wealth or power that I did this. I accepted the burden of hard work to empower the common people, to prove the way for liberation from oppression and injustice. And my part is almost done. Cabela whispers to you. I sense no lie in his voice or bearing, Domin Ignatius. He feels and welcomes death with open arms. The moment favors us. We must learn more. He who betrayed his oaths will not deliver Nemesis to us, but from his words we may divine knowledge of our enemy. How did your deception go unnoticed? You were not there for those years of pestilence. Confessors attended every deck and died in multitudes. New ministers were recruited in every port. At every station, their names and faces blurred together, and we recognized our kin only by their robes. No one who knew Adalbert's true face survived that time. The Emperor saved me from being exposed. Your liberation is rooted in betrayal and bloodshed. This is a war, Ignatius. The war for our liberation, and we are willing to die and to kill for it, because our enemy is brutal and deaf to our pleas. You have deserved it. He resolutely places his hand over his heart. Sarbak reacts to his gesture with due suspicion, sharply gripping her weapons, prepared to eliminate any threat to you. So Nemesis is just a man. Excellent. It is harder to kill a legend. Are you hoping he will save you now? Any last words, Adalbert? Yeah, Nemesis is just a man. Excellent. It's harder to kill a legend. The words of a tyrant inebriated with power and impunity. He smiles bitterly. Nemesis is an idea, and you have the arrogance to believe you can kill an idea made flesh. It is better this way, so keep underestimating him. Are you hoping he will save you now? No, we decided otherwise. I am not worth him risking his life, so do not expect to capture him through me. My son has no attachments, for they would only make him weak. He will gladly sacrifice himself for his dream of liberty and equality, and I must do the same. I only grieve that, thanks to your efforts, I cannot be near my son and ease his burden. Attachment makes us weak, Cabella's whisper is barely audible, and you see her face grow more dismal still. You have made a weapon out of him, just as he made a weapon out of you. Any last words, Adelbert? The shackles will fall, and there's nothing left of your tyranny, nor of you. And there will be nothing left of your tyranny, nor of you. Adelbert speaks without hatred. His even voice is that of a martyr on his way to glory. Imposter Adelbert, I, Rogue Trader Ignatius von Valentis, sentence you to death for treason. You're responsible for the deaths of countless people. The time has come for a reckoning. A separated family would be cruel. You and your son will see each other soon enough. Despite your crimes, I will keep you alive. Sauerbeck, arrest the traitor. For Cabela, it was you who found him, therefore it is up to you to pass judgment. That is an interesting option. To pass the judgment onto her. That is very interesting. Because I could easily just sentence him to death. He has done more than enough to warrant it. Including not actually being Confessor Adelbert. But I think I'm going to take this option to let Cabela pass judgment, just to see what happens. Cabela takes a step forward and makes a straight, sharp, sweeping gesture, as if crossing Adelbert's figure or severing an invisible thread. Death has whispered your name, betrayer of vows. The judgment of the Undying One awaits you. You seem to have mistaken my humility in the face of death for submission. Adelbert smiles weakly. It is not for you to decide my fate. I will make the choice myself. I will surrender my life in the fight for our future. I will die, but I will take you with me. He clicks his fingers, and the initiates who have been standing humbly around turn in your direction. The white robes opening to reveal a variety of weapons. For a Nemesite, brothers and sisters, for freedom. Lord Captain, this is an ambush. They've been waiting for us. Sarbeck shouts, hits your ears, drowning out hurried footsteps and the clanking of gun plasteel. Here's a grenade. Protect the Lord Captain. Oh, is Sauerbeck dead or just unconscious?
Your emperor won't save you.
I mean, you're claiming that you are serving the emperor, but they gave you the line of your emperor won't save you in that like chaos voice. So we've been ambushed, so we can't replace ourselves. So that's fine. We'll just start the battle here, I guess. Cassie, of course, goes first. But we've got a lot of them before it gets back to any of our people's turns. Yikes. But with no allies spread out, can we find a good place we could put Cassia? Where she could blast a ridiculous number of them with her lidless stare? No, not really, because we've got that wall there. What about, like, if you were here? I mean, that hits all of my allies. No, even then, you're just hitting 2. Lidless Stare is super good, so I'm hoping I can hit lots of people, but no, there's just too many nooks and crannies and walls around this place. From here, I might be able to hit these 3. No, even then, it doesn't extend quite far enough to hit that one. I guess Lidless Stare isn't going to do it. You have 275 health? Dude, you are strong, old man. 55% armor. A flamer. That's going to be a problem when we are forced to be grouped up this close. Professor Adelbert inflicts the fiery vow effect on all his allies, excluding himself. Okay, what is the fiery vow effect? This creature's attack deals additional fire damage equal to the damage of their attacks. Yikes. Okay, we need him gone quick. Not a huge surprise. So let's see, front line. I think I'm fine with this, so we've got space in front.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
For people to be around. And if this guy moves forward, we'll be covered with that. I am going to move her into some cover. Just so she's not next to this guy and his flamer. Probably something like that. Can I get Ignatius from here? I cannot. Where am I going to put my firing lines? Because we have the two other lines we could place. I mean, there's something to be said for doing this just to boost dodge.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I suppose I should have moved it over one and I could have given Argenta, if she's still there, a bonus to her crits.
I am a navigator,
turn that into a kill zone.
not a servitor.
Just to increase damage. Then have you move back here. Voice of command on Ignatius.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Then
Isn't
give him
this
a free
job for the
turn.
serfs?
Where he will light himself on fire. No. Do I want to melt it? No, it doesn't go through, hit both. They're not quite lined up. That's fair then. Then we'll light ourselves on fire. And then orchestrate flames.
Suits my purposes.
And that will be our free turn done. And maybe something like this to get this guy to run away, hopefully.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
There we go. And get them a little bit of damage on them. Yeah, I'm fine just leaving things as they are. It's fine. Good hit. We're all on fire, which isn't ideal.
Just a minor setback.
Oh, they just have tons of flamers.
We bring deliverance.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay, Cabela. I could try and get you to here. I don't want to do this. If I put you here, then why are you unequipped? That should be a great sword. But I guess we will grab the two one-handed swords. Odd. If I put you here, then I could aim for the opening. To give him a new weakness.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Then we do Blade Dance.
As the lyrics demand, let your soul be purged.
Good. We can make him hemorrhage. Then I can do raining blood.
The
An attack. Then we can't attack with our second attack, sadly. Could move around if I saw a purpose. Cost 18 wounds to use this. Attack is parried. Parry attacks against adjacent allies. Sadly, you don't have any adjacent allies. No, I don't think I'll bother with using that. And I don't feel the need to do death from above. So we'll just stay here.
Only the faithful will ascend.
I'm cool if they keep lighting themselves on fire.
The true believers will inherit all. The Sire's song.
Our Gent is getting pretty beat up, unfortunately.
I've suffered worse.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Alright. Let's see. So, enemy level. We've got Aelbert is a 4. Initiate Zeke is a 3. And Rebel Sharpshooter is also a 3. So we'll mark those 3 as our prey.
Doubt is for the weak.
So you, Sharpshooter, and Initiate Zeke, wherever he is. I think he usually hangs out over here. No? Was he the one that is over here? I guess I don't know where Initiate Zeke is. Initiate Zeke, where are you? Oh, you're right here. Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, you 3 are prey. If we do Cold of Bold, our next attack is even better. I don't think there's any benefit to using the 2 action option. 30 to 37 versus 30 to 37.
I'll do it.
Good. Claim the bounty on him, I suppose.
The Emperor commands, I act.
Another solid hit. We could run and gun to get another attack going.
Doubt is for the weak.
And then Furious Recital to give us a bunch more momentum. Good. Not bad.
We bring deliverance.
Good dodges and parries. Cassie is holding her own.
It's the will of chaos.
Yep. All of you just keep lighting yourselves on fire. because I am going to do lots of extra damage from that.
Crest of evil!
That was insulting!
Only the faithful will ascend.
Cassie is still taking no damage because she's just masterfully dodging everything. So I could have him try and protect Cassia with forced distraction or Ignatius. I'm kind of tempted to go with using both of these. What is defensive stance? So we could use both of these. That's 2 AP. Charge would be 4 AP and then a swing. But then we don't get endure. So probably should only use one of these. So we'll use Reckless Strike.
At your beck and call.
Then we charge the Confessor.
It will be done.
And then so we only inflict bleeding specifically if we choose this one, which costs 2 AP. I thought the axe just always did bleeding. At least that's what it looked like. But no, we'll save the AP so I can do endure.
Victory is an exemplary strike.
That was a good strike. And then endure.
My ears are ringing.
High momentum.
All the fire. Alright, Pascal. What to do about you? I'm definitely considering using his big area attack. Seeing if I can line up into a spot where I can hit the most. I think we can only just hit these two, which is fine. So if we go here, and then we do where it hurts, so they take extra damage for their ongoing damage types, in this case fire. No, because it's only going to do 2 and then it puts it out. So it'll do 3 stacks of 2 damage. And I'd rather keep them on fire. Okay, we can penalize everyone nearby as damage over time effects. That seems useful. So, undo your movement, go away that. Stay where you are, we'll do this. Pain resonance.
My vow is to serve.
So you guys take a bit more damage and also you're slowed because you're on fire. Then we can move you forward. And hit for a ton of damage.
Advancing.
Let's see. Use this to boost us and penalize them. It's generally good. And that looks like the end of your turn. Could use this. Until the end of combat, all damage dealt to enemies by damage over time effects is increased by 100% after all of the modifiers. how soon do we get to Cassia's turn? No, we're basically at Cassia's turn. I want her to have the option to give a turn to Ignatius, because that's going to be really good for him to get lots to do. So we'll just end Pascal's turn here. Ignatius, you are kind of on fire. Let's... just thinking just pull back some, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll move you back to here. It's a bit of a safer location. All burning effects do 22 more damage. I think that would kill several of my party members, unfortunately. If I did orchestrate flames on, say, Argenta, who is the most hurt. No. They suffer half burning damage. I mean, that's something. I don't know. Thing is, I'm wanting to do Inflame, but I think Argenta is going to immediately take like 28 damage and die. So I think I have to do Orchestrate Flames first on her so that she takes half damage, even though she's going to immediately take... no, she doesn't immediately take damage. Problem is, this mainly exists to benefit allies, melee allies. And she's not melee.
Not a problem for me.
So you'll stay on fire. Then we'll do Inflame. You'll take half damage. Please don't die.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Okay. The Confessor died, I think. So that's good. Then we Inflame on maybe this one attacking Cassia.
Suits my
I
purposes.
suppose I should have Inflamed first before we did that, just so these other people would have gotten hit too.
Nothing I can't do.
Run and gun. Let's see. I want to hit you, but you're out of sight. I'm gonna have to go like in this line in order to get vision on you. Though arguably that means he only has vision on a couple of us. Let's step forward to here. And then I could hit him.
Suits my purposes.
Yeah, I know. We're catching ourselves on fire. It's fine. End our turn there. Sadly. Now, Cassia. Give me another turn, please.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Perfect. Now, who else is extremely healthy still? Or I guess who is not on fire?
Nothing I can't do.
I'll light you on fire. You're not on fire yet. Trying to see who has lots of health that's still... Wow, you are only taking 7 to 11 damage? That is crazy. Can't see you. I guess let's light you on fire. Just spread the fire all around. Could hit you. You are just not that scary. Same with you. Like, the people I might just kill on a single hit feel like there's not a ton of point.
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
My momentum's back. Nice. We'll hit you.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Yeah, we've now maxed out momentum. So if I move forward, can I get to a point where I can see some of these other people? No. Even you down there? Probably a spot where I can see you. Maybe. Just trying to light everyone on fire. Spread the joy, you know? Well, it looks like I can't get these guys quite yet. Actually, maybe I can. We use this. Then we can run and gun.
All too easy.
So then I can move somewhere like this. There we go. Now I could hit you or you two. Can't quite get to you, but you only have 32 health. I'm not really scared of the 32 health guys. Oh well, we'll hit you. Then we'll hit you.
Nothing I can't do.
Now that everyone is on fire, I think we'll do another inflame and hope that it doesn't kill Argenta. But if it does, oh well. It'll probably kill a ton of other people too, and so it's worth it.
Become like fire.
I could just make another attack this turn. Sure.
My time is now.
I move forward a square. Can I then get to you as well? I can now.
Not a problem for me.
Let's light you on fire too. And then orchestrate flames on Abelard. No, on Cabela. Whoever I use it on, they get to do additional fire damage with their attacks. I don't think Cabela is going to last to her turn, so I'm going to put it on Abelard. It would reduce the damage she takes, which is very tempting. But she only has 10 health left. Even if I had her take half damage from the fire, it still kills her. Unless someone can heal her before her turn. So Abelard, you'll get additional fire damage on your melee attacks. That's the end of Ignatius's free turn. Alright. What do we do with you, Cassia? You could give someone else a free turn. Bring it down on Ignatius again. Ah, it's tempting. It's just too powerful to not.
Nothing I can't do.
Just grab Rebel and Slaughter. I guess that uses an AP, so I probably shouldn't waste it. Who has a turn soon? Oh yeah, Zeke. Should probably put more focus on finishing you off. And again.
Suits my purposes.
Wow. We are rolling well. Because we keep not expending the AP. So let's finish off Zeke.
You didn't stand a chance.
Alright. That ended our turn. I guess I can move if I had reason to. It's fine. Back to Castia's turn. Let's try and give a bonus, if you can, to some of our really injured people. This will give you an attack of opportunity, which I'm not thrilled by. But the bonuses, I think, should give her a little bit more toughness and maybe some health, which might let her live.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Okay, good dodge. So she might live. That doesn't hit any of my allies. Barely.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Duty demands.
Nice.
Protect the fallen.
Yeah, Argenta and Cabela went down. Not terribly surprised. Disappointed, but
Just a minor setback.
that's what happens when you have lots of fire kicking around. Alright. Enemy-wise, looks like everyone up there is dealt with. We just have 3 enemies left. You 2 and this one. I guess if we moved you forward, you could then charge.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
There. Not a lot else that you can do.
I will do my duty.
Endure. And then force distraction. No, they're not even close enough to attack Ignatius. Yeah, not really anything else you can do. So end your turn. Pascal could get over here and take out this guy. So I guess you shall. I mean, there's no need to use this ability, but I'm going to anyway. Where it hurts, so he takes additional damage from his fire. And then he super dies.
Request approved.
That on him, as well as joint analysis, which means allies can benefit from it. And now it's Ignatius's turn. Because of course it is.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay, she's still alive. The battle is over, and silence descends once again upon the chapel. Flakes of ash whirl quietly in the air before coming to rest on the blood trickling slowly across the floor. You ought to see this, Domin Ignatius. Cabela leans over the confessor's body and slices off the edge of his collar with her blade, revealing a tiny scar on the back of his neck. It looks just like the one the captured worker in the plasma drives chamber had, except that this one clearly healed a long time ago. So he was connected to the genetic aberration as well. Delightful. We now know much more about the enemy. Cabela ponderously runs her finger along the flat of the blade. About how deep the poison of conspiracy runs within the veins of your ship. But the blend web has wrapped itself around the bays too tightly, and Nemesis can no longer hope to escape. Her ruminations are interrupted by a furious hiss. Sourback snarls a curse through her teeth and spits at Adelbert's smoking remains. Her left arm hangs limp and her face is mangled by shrapnel. Lord Captain, we have a prisoner. She points her weapon at the man standing hunched over in pain. Permission to finish off the cur. Down with the tyrant. The broad-shouldered initiate who calls himself Zeke clutches a deep wound, glaring at you with hatred. Address Zeke, I have questions for you, traitor. I doubt you'll like the answers. Were you serving Nemesis for a cause or simply for money? Zeke flashes you a bloody grin. He promised us freedom. Where's Nemesis' hideout? Even the confessor didn't know where it is. He was afraid of spies, or of giving his son's secrets away under torture. You see, you can't get to our champion. Are there any other senior officers helping you? Officers? Ha! There's no one else among them who is pure. They only care about power and gorging themselves on the scraps you throw them, or else they would have long since turned against you. Zeke can barely finish the sentence before he is beset by a torrent of gurgling coughs. How many more of you mutineers are hiding on my ship? I want to know your names. I want to know where you meet, everything. The confessor said every compartment has people who fight for our cause. They promised to take me into the circle of our most devoted believers. Then I would know. But even then, I would tell you nothing, not even under torture. Alright, I've learned all I need. The initiate only looks at you sullenly. They were waiting for us. It was a trap. Yes, Lord Captain. Adelbert had been warned, yet he chose not to flee. Instead, he stayed behind to set a trap for us. Did he really believe that this madness would succeed and he would somehow survive? He did not want to survive. His only hope was to kill. Nemesis managed to turn his adoptive father into a blade pointed squarely at the Domin's throat, just as Adelbert himself had once turned Nemesis into a weapon. Neither of them feared death. That devious, mind-twisting beast. Sarback frowns with worry. I have been going through my predecessor's archive recently, and I may have an idea as to what manner of creature this Nemesis is. We are dealing with a kellermorph, a special variety of mutant filth in service of genetic cults. These creatures are made and raised to play the part of the people's leader, an inspiration for the mutinous rabble. A kellermorph's purpose is to sow disorder and use the rebellion to eliminate the ruling elite, those who might be capable of opposing the xenos. Nod at Zeke. Now let's decide what to do with our surviving traitor. Do not kill him in vain, Cabela shakes her head. Those who follow the tenets of the web know that. Just as we serve death, so too does it serve us. Allow the death of this man to become an instrument in your hands, Domin Ignatius. Pass off the traitor's body as that of Nemesis. Instill fear in his supporters. The enemy will be forced to act to undo this deception, exposing himself in the process. What would that accomplish? All warriors fight for something, be it fame, life, wealth, or their loved ones. Nemesis cares nothing for these things. He sacrifices his kin, scorns glory, and amasses no riches. I'm sure he would gladly give up his own life, if necessary. Nemesis fights for an idea, and so that is where we must strike. Make his idea bleed, and he will be obliged to respond, and whoever is forced to react instead of acting dies. We can do as Cabela proposes. Enough blood has been spilt. I hereby pardon this deluded fool, to show the rest of the vessel that I'm not the monster that Nemesis paints me to be. No, if Nemesis is in fact a xeno gene cult member here specifically to stir up trouble, letting one guy go free is not going to be enough to convince the people that he has been controlling. Sarback, get him an escort so that he may tell the lower decks that Nemesis is a liar and a scoundrel. You'll persuade him to be eloquent, will you not? No, we'll do what Cabela proposes. Her plan seems reasonable. We will make certain that the lower deckers believe their hero to be dead. We will leave the body to hang for a good long while, that the hopes of the mutineers may rot along with the corpse. That is one traitor dealt with, Lord Captain, but how many more have been poisoned by the false confessor's heresy? A new spiritual shepherd must be appointed quickly to banish any mutinous thoughts sown by the traitor from the minds of the crew and to strengthen their faith and obedience. Without the ship's confessor, the rabble will begin to whisper that the Emperor has forsaken us, and such doubts will only play into the rebels' hands. The creed must be strictly observed aboard the vessel. Since the voidsmen are wavering in faith, let the high factotum find a true servant of the ecclesiarchy elsewhere. It's a good call. Appoint a loyal crew member who is known for the strength of their faith, someone the children of the void will recognize as their own. We do not want any outsiders. No. I trust the Bloodspun Web and grant the cult the honor of guiding the congregation aboard my ship. No, that's... I think the Bloodspun Web is good for what it does, but being our main church, congregation, voice, whatever, I think would turn out poorly. I think we have the high factotum find someone abroad, since we don't know who we can trust. As you command, I will order the chapel to be restored as well. We gain the ability Righteous Fervor. Attack crafts and torpedoes gain +2 void movement points. The prayers of Confessor Arabella have roused the crew to purge any and all foes of the God Emperor and service the weapons of his wrath with exemplary rigor. So I assume our new confessor is named Arabella when they arrive. I will send agents to every deck. The next time Nemesis rears his head, which I'm certain will happen sooner rather than later, we will be one step ahead of him, and not the other way around. Wait for the Enforcer's report. Sarbeck staggers away, and your gaze turns to the motionless Cabela, staring at her own reflection within a pool of blood. Is something wrong? I'm thinking about Nemesis, my adversary. The more I learn about him, the more I see a vague reflection of myself. A twisted reflection, perhaps, but all too familiar. Like me, he was forced to tread the path of servitude from an early age, stripped of anything that might stand in the way of duty. A champion and a zealot, left with nothing but an idea, forged and tempered by his mentor. To equate a true servant of the God Emperor with this apostate is a heresy unto itself. Somewhat true. You're different, he is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. Also good. You are indeed alike, but it is up to you to prove before the God Emperor's gaze that the tenets of the web are stronger than whatever Nemesis believes in. Yes, you both have been brainwashed. Stop looking for omens and try to use your own judgment instead. It's not my place to judge. I think trying to just say, no, you're wrong, you are fine, and he was a murderer, feels off. I like the idea of agreeing, like, yeah, there are similarities in your positions, but it's the differences that make all the difference. Do I say you are indeed alike? Because I want to focus on, yes, there are similarities, but there are differences. And this one just feels like you are alike, but you value something stronger and better. So I think I'm going to go with 2 instead. You are different. He is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. This is true. Like a puppeteer, he pulls at the threads of others people's destinies, tangling and severing them. When I cut these threads, it is only the Undying One's commands. With timely precision, I must stop Nemesis so that I might save your subjects from premature death. She looks away, then turns back to you as if remembering something. Dominus Ignatius, our conversation is not yet over. Please, stay with me for a few minutes. There is something I want to ask. Cabela makes a ritual gesture, but you notice her fingers tremble. Dominus Ignatius, you need to know about what happened. You and no one else. During the divination that revealed Adelbert's betrayal to me, my trance was interrupted. Instead of converging on a single point, my thoughts were thrown off the intended path, and I lost my thread. She looks up at you with distress in her eyes. What distracted me were thoughts of you. You were thinking about me. I didn't mean to complicate your ritual. Smirk. That is quite the confession. You have submitted to an opponent who didn't even land a single blow. How does it feel? Or listen in silence. You were thinking about me. She nods. Your image intruded upon my mind when it was supposed to act as a blade seeking its target. When all of my being was focused on fulfilling my duty, my trance was broken, and I committed an offense against the Undying One. I was able to restore my trance and banish all thoughts that didn't belong, but that this happened at all is still worrying. She pauses. You are dear to me, more so than I first realized, but my duty is to serve the Undying One. What if She falters, then looks at you intently. What if your presence in my mind, in my labyrinth, goes against the tenets? I doubt the God Emperor forbids our bond. Thinking about someone you hold dear is perfectly normal. Why are you so distraught? Can't you reserve even one small part of your life to yourself? She probably doesn't think so. Thinking about someone you hold dear is perfectly normal. You don't understand. It may be normal for lay people, but not within the blood-spun web. Not for me. If I lose control of what makes me a faultless weapon, then what will be left of me? Dome Ignatius, our fates are connected. We walk the same labyrinth. Tell me, what would you do if your mind's worries were to dull your resolve and mar your spirit? I'll continue doing my duty. I would accept that the appearance of someone important in my life was bound to throw things into a bit of disarray. I refuse to answer the question. I'm tired of your woes. There won't be anything to distract you anymore because you and I are done. No. Like, you can still do your duty. What would you do if your mind's worries were to dull your resolve and mar your spirit? Continue doing your duty. I mean, yes, having someone important in your life is going to throw things in a bit of disarray, but keep doing your duty. Cabela nods, though somewhat uncertain. Of course, it would be strange to expect you to say otherwise, Dome Ignatius. Like in the same way that our duty is to be a rogue trader. That's the will of the God Emperor. But we can do that while still pursuing personal goals. While still being a person and human, not just mechanically, robotically doing a very strict set of things. Cabela gives you a look of painful doubt and tenderness. Enough. Let us go back. Before she turns to leave, her fingers wrap around your hand and squeeze it passionately. Let's do some looting, I guess. Fiery Retribution. It is a two-handed flamer. Much bigger area of effect. Still says the range is 5. And I suppose that's true, maximum 10. But it shows that flamer's shot being significantly larger. Does 10 burning damage. Yeah, this is something I might actually want to have someone use. When I keep talking about how a flamer would be nice, and they just keep giving me these tiny flamers, and I'm like, well, no, not that. A great sword. We'll have to see how that compares to the great sword Cabela is apparently no longer holding. I don't need the heavy rock saw. I guess put that over there. Power pick? Probably not. Webbers? No. Casing chest plate. I might look into some of those. For maybe Abelard. Actually, can we compare it to him? No. Okay. Thought it was decent armor, but nope. Heavy leather armor is still not as good. And we will keep the fire grenade. Let's collect all of that. We go to weapons. Bella, I have no idea where your greatsword went. Why is sort from newest not putting that new greatsword we just got here? I think this is the one she's been using. Not sure why it's not currently equipped. There we go. That's our two-handed weapon. So now we can compare it to this new greatsword. No, they're just showing me those two. Here we go. No. Compared to this one. 17 to 20. 14 to 20. This does bleed damage, which is nice for her build. On a critical hit, the sword inflicts +1 stack of the laceration effect. For each stack of laceration, all attacks of this sword against the same target deal 10% more damage. Ooh. -10 enemy weapon skill when hit. Yeah, I think I will take this. And then if we go to Argenta, do I want you to use... Fire Retribution? You can't. Requires strength 50. And you are nowhere near. Is there anyone who does have strength 50? Okay, Abelard. So we could theoretically give it to Abelard if we gave him flame training. Probably not. Alright. So be it. Anything else here to loot? Yes. Another fire grenade. I don't think we need that. What are you? Enemy finder. If the target of the wearer's ranged attack fails a toughness resistance test with a -10 penalty, that attack inflicts exhaustion on the target. What is exhaustion? The next successful attack against this character will score a critical hit. Ooh. Definitely want to give that to some of our ranged characters.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We're definitely super over time. That's fine. The Aquila Anima, a fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption brought from the Shrine of World of Solace 6, now lost. The reliquary had been ransacked and the sacred ashes of past rogue traders and their servants stolen. Is this us praying at the altar, even though the altar is gone? Yes. You recite a prayer, the one you remember best. At some point, we'll need to come back here and meet the new confessor. But for now, let's go back to the bridge. So we need to heal up from our injuries. Okay, but I think this is where we will end the episode, or end the stream. Next time we will continue on. Maybe we'll talk to Cabela next time just to see if she has anything further to say. Otherwise, we're going to go back to the Koronus Expanse map and just keep making our way slowly around the Koronus Expanse. But we'll leave that for then. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next week when we continue. Bye.